Whoa. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Sure, I'll start a minute early. I don't think anyone's going to complain about showing, if somebody starts the stream a minute early. No! And I am well prepared for drinks for today. I have a Gatorade. I have a Mountain Dew Voltage. I have a Sprite. And I have a large can Monster just in case. I am going to try not to make this, over 6 hours tonight. I promise nothing. Anyway, with that out of the way, yeah. Let's start working on Let's start working on Weatherlight, shall we? Oh, I just noticed. You don't see what I see. Do you see what I see? There we go. Whoops. That one didn't work well. There we go. Anywho, so we start off with, as usual, we start off with white. And before I get too far into this, whoops, Magic the Gathering card back. Go away. Boop. Open image in new tab. In case y'all wonder why I do things in the order I do. Well, first of all, after a few years, give us a couple more sets and you'll actually see what I'm referring to. Weatherlight, Tempest, Stronghold. So probably around the end of this month. Yeah, around the end of the month. You'll see Exodus. And Exodus was, if memory serves me correctly, the first set to actually give us card numbers down here at the bottom. And it turned out that the card numbers basically said that internally the cards are sorted this way. And prior to that, we had been sorting cards in all sorts of interesting ways. One of the more common methods I saw, which, to be fair, any method, as far as I'm concerned, any method that is logical, go with it. However, if the, at least for your own internal stuff. But when I find the majority of the majority of businesses and a lot of individuals even do their stuff a very specific way, it's probably a good idea to make sure your stuff is sorted the same way to simplify things for everybody. Your staff that may have worked elsewhere and are going to where you are now, one less thing to have to learn. Interacting with other people. If you have customers that are looking through your inventory and everybody else, and over 90% of the companies are organizing things a particular way, and there's not a good way for you to keep organizing things the way you are. If you organize things, and it would be low effort to organize things, to change your organizing to the way everyone else does it. Organize the way everyone else does it, there's probably a reason for that. So one of the many ways I had seen stuff be organized in the past, organized by color. Multicolor we eventually figured out would be after that. And then, because that was a newer invention, if you look at some of my previous videos, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Arabian Nights, Antiquities, none of which had multicolored cards. Didn't exist yet. It wasn't until Legends that we got our first multicolored cards. It generally made sense to put the multicolored cards, anything that had a color before anything that didn't have a color. Because artifacts did not have colors at that point, and would not for a very, very long time, probably at least 15 years, about half of Magic's lifespan, wouldn't have a color. And then lands wouldn't have a color. So we have those, so anything that has a color going before anything that didn't have a color. Most people generally agreed on that. The question is, what order do you put the colors in? So it was common, though by no means universal, to take the colors and put the colors in alphabetical order. If you take each color, keep in mind this game is produced, designed and produced in the US, so English being the primary language, we go by the English names. We go by the English names for the colors. Hold that thought. So black would go first because we have black, blue, green, red, and white. Okay. White, starting with W, is going to go at the end. Black and blue are very close. We'll come to that in a sec. But they both start with B. And then we have green and red. Obviously, G comes before R. So then it's black and blue. Well, it goes in that order because BLA comes before BLU. So it was common to go black, blue, green, red, white. Artifact, land. Where do we put the multicolored cards when Legends came out? Well, anything that had a color goes before anything that doesn't have a color. We'll put multicolor in between. And then we sort through each of those, commonly alphabetically. So, again, not necessarily true. Some people would put, especially if it's your own personal collection, you might put all your creatures together, and your sorceries together, and your enchantments together, and so on and so forth, and sort them that way. And especially for a personal collection, that's great. That's easy when it comes to deck building. But when you've got thousands upon thousands of cards that you need to keep organized and not care about you're trying to build a deck because different people have got different needs, and the people that are working for you don't necessarily know the game, you need an easy way to find it. And pretty much across the board, we all came to sort by color and then by name. And just do that. Bad Moon. What is it? It's a black card that starts with a B. That's all the information you need. Oh, and what set it's from. Some places will do the additional step of rarity. Again, for personal collections, that's great. For certain types of things, if you are doing if you're doing bulk like dollar bin sort of thing, you're going to want probably really cheap rares and mythics going in like $1 or $2 bin or whatever, and cheap commons and uncommons maybe 25 or 50 cents, or 5 for $1 or whatever, and do that. Whatever. But as a general rule, you're going to want a simple way that makes sense to everybody who goes there. And to be fair, if you do it in a different color order, somebody new only has to know the color order. But the reason I bring up the back of the card is we eventually found out that internally, when we started seeing card numbers, I believe it was in Exodus, the white cards were going before the blue cards, which were going before black, which were going before red, which were going before green. In other words, you start at white and you go around the circle clockwise. And this makes sense. This makes more sense for a couple of reasons. One is it's consistent. There is, you start at the top and you go clockwise. Because if I were to do this color thing in, let's say, German, I would have Weiß, so W, Blau for B, Schwarz, which is S, Rot, and Grün. What that would mean is if I was doing the colors alphabetically, I would be going Blau, Grün, Rot, Schwarz, Weiß. Blue, green, red, black, white. As opposed to, or if I'm doing it, if I'm in Quebec. And I'm doing it in French. I'm in Canada. Pardon me a moment. I will be going blanc, bleu, noir, rouge, vert. Blanc, bleu. Well, they both start with BL. BLA, BLU, so white, blue. God damn it. Blanc, noir, blanc, bleu, noir, rouge, vert. That would actually get me this same order if I did it in French. But notice that as soon as you change to a different language, the order of the colors change. And you have to sit there and go, like, what happens if I go Spanish? I don't know Spanish that well. Or heaven forbid that you go and you get somebody going, well, this isn't actually white. This is more like a yellowish beige color. I'm going to call this cream or ivory or something else. And heaven forbid you end up with that kind of person. Anyway, TLDR, we eventually learned that, no, internally white goes at the beginning. We then eventually learned further on that actual colorless cards, and by which, look at many of the Eldrazi, for example. Kozilek, Butcher of Truth. He is colorless. If you look at his card number, it's card number 2. So colorless cards, generally speaking, if it's a colorless card, that's not an artifact. It's going to go, or Karn, the Great Creator. Yeah, this is Ravnica Remastered. He's card number 1. Colorless cards that aren't artifacts or lands generally go at the beginning. And if they have devoid, if they have a color but have the devoid ability, they go under that color at the beginning of that section. So once we get to, I think it's Eldritch Moon is where devoid is. Oh no, this is going to be even more confusing. Right, these guys are colorless, so they're listed under colorless. Then you get white, blue. No, was it not Eldritch Moon? What was it? Oh, Battle for Zendikar. That. So, colorless cards first. White didn't have anything because they were Mirren. But you start looking at blue, which had been affected by the Eldrazi. And this is the first blue card, but you've got blue cards with devoid before it. They're in alphabetical order. And then the regular blue cards. So we eventually learned, okay, that's another step of internal sorting. And then the cards that are the multicolored cards, depending on the set, are either just jumbled together or they're specifically broken down. Like there's one set, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, but it was like pretty much, I think it was Conflux. Everything was multicolored. So they took each of the varying multicolored combinations all the 2 color combinations, all 10 of them, were put together. All the relevant 3 color combinations, only 5 in that set, were put together. Etc., etc. And they did each color combination because each color combination was basically treated as its own color. But in a typical set, I believe they're just simply left, you guys are multicolored. That being said, when you get to Tarkir Dragonstorm, you're going to find some interesting combinations, some interesting scenarios. You have this blue dragon with an omen, but because the omen is also blue, it's categorized under blue. However, once you fast forward down here towards the multicolored cards, that's a green card. Why is this here amongst the multicolored? That's because the omen here is black. It is not green. Scroll, 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 scroll. A black card with a white omen. Sorting, card number 213, 214, 212. Because this... Think of this in terms of Commander. This in Commander is considered a black-white card, therefore it's multicolored. This is considered a red-blue card. This is a white-red card. This is a blue-green card, etc. So, but this is why you constantly see me start with white, then go blue, black, red, green. This is why, because this is the sorting that Wizards of the Coast uses, and therefore most places I have come across in the last at least 20 to 25 years have used as their sorting method. I've put in hours at a game store, and when I started there, the newer sets, I've been there for about a decade. When I started there, all the newer stuff was generally organized this way. Anything sufficiently old, like Weatherlight and older, basically stuff I've already covered, was commonly going to be sorted by color, and then rarity, and then alphabetical, which also meant we ended up using a lot more binder pages than we needed to. That being said, we start here after about 20 minutes. And I said I was starting early. We start here. We start with Master of Arms. Now, why is Master of Arms... Why does this even have the ability it does? 3 mana for a 2/2 first strike human soldier is not awful. Tap target... So, for 2 mana, colon... one white, one other, colon. Tap target creature blocking this creature. MTG Goldfish did a recent video. In fact, I might be able to pull it up quickly. History. I know I've seen it recently. Yes, I'm exposing my YouTube history to you. I'll know it when I see it. That was a bunch of stuff that I thought I was seeing one thing and mixed in other stuff. Huh. April 1st. Today's the 8th. I thought it was... Oh, here we are. Magic cards that don't make sense anymore. Oh my gods. So, unfortunately, I'm having to deal with ads now. But that being said, Magic cards that don't make sense anymore. There are certain cards that, due to the way the rules worked when the cards came out, compared to the way they are now. Let's see if I can. There. They don't work the same way they used to. And this is what the video starts looking like if you pull up the thumbnail and all that jazz. But it starts off here. And in fact, Master of Arms is one of the first cards that they mention on the initial screen. And this is why it shows up here. Prior to 6th edition, and it might have been... No, I think this came out after 5th edition did. I know it came around that time. A creature that was already tapped couldn't attack. But a creature that was tapped could not deal combat damage. It would still block. I believe it would still absorb whatever combat damage would be dealt to it. But it couldn't deal damage back. So, a good example of where this would come into play would be if you had Prodigal Sorcerer. One of those cards that I've mentioned, and I'll keep, you know what, I'll just pull it up here. Tap. Deals 1 damage to any target. So, the way the rules used to work was you could block a creature with Prodigal Sorcerer. But then you had a choice. You could either tap it to deal 1 damage to any target, or you could leave it untapped, which would let it deal its 1 point of power to the creature it was up against. And that's the way the rules worked. You could do one or the other. So what that also meant, so creatures that were tapped would not be able to deal combat damage. I know that was true when I started playing around Revised, which is why I pull up this version. This, incidentally, is why he gets the nickname Tim. Whoops. Monty Python. Tim the Enchanter. You know, take a look at him. Compare that to that. Now he's got some similarity. Not overwhelming, but some. He commonly got that nickname based on, Tim the Enchanter at that point was probably the most popular wizard that was in common parlance. At that point, like, people, it was the wizard that people recognized. Anyway, but yeah, a tapped creature could not deal combat damage, which suddenly means Master of Arms, okay, if I tap down all your creatures, fine, you're all blocking me, but I'm not taking anything, and I'm going to take a couple of you guys out while I'm at it. I'm a 2/2 for a strike. I'll take some of you out while I'm at it. Well, that's annoying. But then in 6th edition, they took that rule out, so a tapped creature suddenly could deal combat damage, which is why his ability no longer makes sense. Which means that you can't really, like, nowadays his ability is because realistically he's just a 2/2 for a strike now with an activated ability, pardon me, an activated ability that rarely will make any difference. So this is why Master of Arms isn't really going to see play anywhere. For Elysian Brigade, I don't get why you're a human soldier. It says summon soldiers. I would call this, I would assume this is at least a giant. In fact, is there a net? I think there's a net in the game. Oh, there's really. Thought there was at least one. Oh well. But yeah, I mean, the fact that you can block an additional creature each combat. So, first of all, if you care about the toughness, this is a 2/4, so a 4/4, this is a toughness matter stack, which isn't, I mean, it's fine, but it's not, you know, Indomitable Ancients. What? Yeah, this guy. A 4-mana 2/10. But you can block an additional creature. There's a decent number of cards that let you do that. That, you know what? That would be an amazing deck idea. I kind of want to build that. I kind of want to conceive that deck now. Green white will get you most of the way there. You lose out on the 2-headed giant, which an actual legit version is like $68. Ugh. But two-headed dragon, you can get that for under $1. Okay. So if I want to play all of them, I'm looking at Naya. Okay. I'm going to have a build around that at some point. The amount that you can mess up combat math by going, oh, okay, I'll block this and this. Yeah. Hashtag I'm not apologizing. I think calling this as a human is a mistake. Oh, maybe. I might be misreading this. Oh, maybe I am misreading this. I think the brigade is the guys up here in the front. Yeah, I'm misreading this. It's the guys up here in the front. Okay, sure. I can take that for $1. Soul Shepherd. There was a lot of graveyard mucking around in the set. You would either be exiling stuff from your graveyard, This is out at the point where graveyard. There's a reason why they say graveyard order matters when you're looking at sets that are really old. This is one of those sets. Certain sets really made graveyard order matter. That being said, if in the deck that you have, your graveyard doesn't really matter, why not use it as a resource? Get rid of stuff you don't need anymore and get some kind of benefit out of it. This doesn't look like a lot of benefit, but when you're looking at cards like a Johnny's Pridemate, it doesn't care how much life you've gained. It just cared that you gained life. So maybe if you're building a deck around life gain, like my, have I got anywhere on Absent Life yet? No, I just have a stack of cards so far. Yeah. This is a 2/5 with Vigilance, which was common in Weatherlight and basically uncommon elsewhere by the looks of things. Yeah, uncommon elsewhere, but common in Weatherlight, which does mean it's legal in Pauper. It's a 2/5 Vigilance, but again, for a deck where you're looking at toughness matters, now you're looking at a 5/5 Vigilance. But can you do better? You can probably find a better option than that. Actually, you know what? Mana value 5, color white. Toughness greater than 5. You can get a 1/6, which would be better. Cavalier of Dawn. Elish Norn. Elish Norn being thrown in is gonna act like a 7/7. Yeah. Oh wow. This is a 3/6 for the exact same cost. That's a 2/5. And gives you the initiative. I think if you're going toughness matters, you can get to at least 6 toughness pretty easily at that cost. Because the power is much less relevant. It's not terra bad, but I think it's relatively low on the scale. You should be looking at other. If rarity and dollar value makes a difference, I think the most expensive cards, you're probably looking at Elish Norn, which is, say, $24 for the cheapest print I'm seeing so far. But this is down to like, there's a special guest. That's adorable. For like $1.50. If the art doesn't even matter, Oketra, Aetherdrift Commander is like $1 and change. I'd be looking at the Cavalier, the God Eternal, and then these guys are all commons and uncommons. Yeah, this is not legal anywhere. This is an Acorn card. but if your group allows you to play it, it's a 1/6 that might give you. And then you get this thing, which is an 8/8, but that's another story. Yeah, I think you got better options at 5 in white. Heavy Ballista. Yeah, Archers, Ballista, you can't even get near the Island of Avenant. Yeah. Referencing, of course, Avenant Archers. Three mana for 1/2, tap to deal 1 damage to any, to target attacking or blocking creature. So 3 mana for 1/2, 4 mana for 2/3, and deals 2 damage. This is a better rate than the Davenant Archer. If I'm looking at Davenant Archer, I should probably be looking at this card first. If I'm at all considering Davenant Archer, I should be looking at Heavy Ballista first. It's 1 more mana, an extra point of power, an extra point of toughness, and an extra point of damage. And 2 damage will kill a lot of things that 1 doesn't, including, oh look, you got a squirrel token, but you've got Sylvan Anthem in play. Cool, I can still kill it. Worth a consideration. Volunteer reserves. Remember how last week, well hopefully you remember last week, we were talking about cumulative upkeep? If you can find a way to bypass putting counters on things, like Solemnity, as soon as you do that, this goes from, it's alright, to, wow, this thing is powerful. Like, this would probably be a mythic rare nowadays if you got rid of cumulative upkeep. I'm not kidding. It would have to be legendary too. 2 mana for 2/4 with banding. Even without that, even if you do saddle it with cumulative upkeep, you play it on turn 4. You'll probably be able to keep it around for 6 turns until you can't pay for the cumulative upkeep anymore. By which point, you have screwed over so much combat math because of banding. Assuming you have other creatures at all. That people just won't attack into you. Because the damage will just end up wherever you want it. So, yeah, volunteer reserves, really, really strong. If it's in a toughness batter stack, it's going to get even dumber because now you've got a 4/4 with banding. Oh no, cumulative upkeep of 1. Ooh. Shrug. If you play this on curve, you're probably looking 3 or 4 turns before either you sack it for the upkeep or somebody kills it. But that's still 3 or 4 turns. Benelish Bishop. Wow. Benelish Missionary. Oh yeah. Town Garth really, really did not like certain people. Certain people, certain types of people. Yeah. Prevent all damage that would be dealt by target blocked creature this turn. So, somebody attacks with a large creature, say an 8/8. You block it with a 1/1 Death Touch. You then activate Penlish Missionary. The 8/8 is going to do nothing because the combat damage is prevented. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by target blocked creature. It has been blocked by that 1/1 Death Touch. Your 1/1 Death Touch goes on to live another day. Notepad++, where are you? Banalish Missionary. Weatherlight. I think I might want that for my 5-color 3 tickets to the zoo please deck. You're like, wait, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this thing. Visual spoiler. I don't care about that right now, and I don't care about that right now. Don't care about that right now. Nope. Combo bits. Are you in here? Nope. Removal. I think you're in removal. Oh, really? I thought one of these guys had Death Touch. Or gave Death Touch. Really? I am sad. That would have been a great deck for that. Because having your 1/1 Death Touch just live for, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds, just because of Benelish Missionary going, yeah, deal with it. And that's a common. Charged Wisdom. Fighting without an army is called a duel, and you'll lose a duel if your enemy comes expecting a war. That's like the entire thing about, was it taking a knife to a gunfighter or whatever it is? Same idea. You'll lose the duel if your enemy comes expecting a war. Yep. A picture's worth 1,000 swords. That's adorable. But yeah. This is just a life gain spell. If you've got a bunch of cards in hand, it's a bunch of life, but it's just a life gain spell. It's an okay card that can gain a lot of life in a short amount of time. I've seen Goldfish games where this can gain you upwards of 40 life. But it doesn't help you win, it just stops you from losing. However, if you have a bunch of cards in hand, that can be a lot of time. If somebody's gaining 40 life, you basically have to kill them a second time. I would say, depending on the style of deck you have, this, because of the pure amount of life you can gain from it, this might actually be worth a consideration. But keep in mind, it doesn't help you win, it just slows down your ability to lose. This has to give you enough life gain to be worth. Because again, you've got 3. The general assumption is you're looking at a 4-player game. Because most games of Commander that I come across are generally around 4 players. You have 3 enemies. If you have 7 cards in hand after you, like, while this is on the stack, so 7 more cards, that's 14 life. On 1-on-1, that sounds like a fair bit. On 3-on-1, if they each deal 5 damage to you, that life gain is gone, and you're a point down of what you gained. So you really need more than a starting life total, or a starting hand, rather, while you're casting this. So not counting Gerard's Wisdom, for it to be worth a consideration, because 5 damage from a player is not hard. Alms. 1 white, and then 1 and exile top card of your graveyard to prevent 1 damage to target creature. So what I said here about Soul Shepherd, similar, except instead of you gaining life, which is what you want Soul Shepherd for, Alms is preventing damage to creatures, which is a similar effect. Let's be honest, and it's easier to activate. But I would generally say that Soul Shepherd might have more application. The difference with Soul Shepherd, though, is it can be any creature, or it has to be a creature rather. Whereas Alms, it's any card in your graveyard, but it has to be the top card. Again, this is where card order matters. This is the reason why cards like this were built with card order mattering. Alabaster Dragon. It's $1 rare. But I think this is a really good $1 rare, because like after Regeneration and Indestructible, this is like the next best ability. It's a 4/4 flyer for 6, which seems meh, but it shuffles back in. hilariously, that shuffle effect, sometimes that shuffle effect is worth more than the rest of the card. Like, there's a reason people like playing with cards like Brainstorm or like fetch lands. Well, okay, fetch lands do a few things. One, as long as the land you're pulling up meets the requirements that's on the card. So Fabled Passage, Terramorphic Expanses are looking for basic lands. Verdant Catacombs looking for swamps or force, neither of which, which non-basic is perfectly legit. Where am I here? I just need to check a thing real quick. Yeah, and okay, we're good. Sorry, something in my brain just went, you know what? You've been streaming for almost an hour and no sound coming out. I just need to double check that. Anyway, you play a card like Brainstorm or Brain Surge, lets you draw cards and then put cards back on top of your deck. The best way to play cards like that is with some kind of shuffle effect. Fetch lands are great for that. Pardon me. Even if you're building a deck that's really cheap, at budget-wise, you should still be looking at cards like Terramorphic Expanse, Escape Tunnel. I can think of the card. I can see the card, but I can't remember the name of it. It's that one that taps for colorless that was seeing a fair amount of pauper play. It's got basic land cycling. Ash Barrens. All I could remember was it started with A, and I couldn't remember anything else about it. And look how much has been printed lately. Like, even since Doctor Who, which came out 2 years ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 prints. Yeah, and most of the time it's like a 10-cent card, barring something like this, which is an uncommon in white border. Or this one standing out. I don't know why specifically, because I've never played Fallout. But yeah, pretty much like 8 to 10 cents for most prints. Anyway, but they give you a shuffle effect. But if you're playing monocolored, you're much less interested in a card like Terramorphic Expanse or Evolving Wilds, because all they do is they tap and fetch up a basic. And if you're playing mono, why do you want those? You would be better off with Panoramas, which tap for colored or tap for colorless, or pay one, tap and sack it to fetch the relevant basic. But this gives you a threat that can also be a shuffle effect. And so suddenly, having the ability to sack it somewhere as a shuffle effect. And you know, then you start looking at cards that, you know, and plus you're, not only does it shuffle your deck for you, which is sometimes relevant, especially if you've already got all your basics out, this can just fetch, you know, this is suddenly, well, now my Terramorphic Expanse doesn't do anything except shuffle my deck. Or maybe your shuffle effects, maybe you were relying on your lands as shuffle effects and somebody has shut them off somehow. Turned them into artifacts and dropped the Null Rod or whatever. Or Karn Great Creator, maybe. So this now gives you a shuffle effect that doesn't have to worry about that. You know, and it's a dice trigger, so if you really want to do something weird like build a mono white aristocrats deck, this doesn't mind you sacrificing it, because you're going to get it back later. Plus the fact of when this dies, shuffle it in its owner's library. If you have this in play and somebody tries to mill you out, you can sacrifice this after they're done whatever milling they can do and go, cool. Now I'm gonna sack this, put this into my library so I don't die next turn. Yeah. There's a lot going on in that card. 1, 2. Serenity. Serenity has seen some Legacy and Vintage play. I don't know where it sits now, but it has seen some play. Oh, I like the way this one looks. Because it's 2 mana. Sure, you have to wait until your next turn, but in a competitive format like Legacy or Vintage, it's 1-on-1. So it's literally, I just have to keep it alive until you've done your turn, and then it comes back to me. Maybe hold up a Force of Will. Don't care. And then everything that's an artifact or enchantment gets blown up. And that can set people back, like especially in Vintage. You know, they played out their Moxen, their Soul Ring, their Mana Crypt, their what have you. Boom goes the dynamite. And then after Serenity goes off, then you drop the rest of your power and say, okay, now where were we? Oh yes, your hand was almost empty. I've got a full grip. Now I'll drop all my mana. Oh. Also really good if people are against people trying to play with crazy stuff like Affinity and whatever. But now we're looking at Commander. And it has to go, if you're the one casting it, has to get past this one, and this one, and this one. I'd probably hold up 2 counter spells realistically. Or, better yet, counterspell, like a counterspell and a misdirection effect. Somebody goes, and Vindicate, and you go, how about you blow up your own land instead? Well, crap. Or target somebody else's Planeswalker, or what have you. You can probably generally get away with 2 in a 4-player game. 3, I would feel safe. 2 would probably be okay. But I don't feel terrible about throwing this in the 99. It's fine. I might actually consider a copy for my for my non-blue control deck. I might actually consider a copy because it is only 2 mana. Of course, the best kind of deck that you want for this is something that lets you go and have an extra turn right away. So maybe I throw it in Jeskai turns. You know, extra turns and extra combats. Maybe. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. But this does leave you enough so that you can go, what do you call it? Savor the moment. You know, you go savor the moment. That gives you, 5 mana. Serenity plus savor the moment. Heaven forbid that you've got something that reduces your white and blue spells by mana each. But yeah. Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth or whatever. Yeah, it's doable. Benelish Knight. Benelish Knight is cute if you're playing a deck that's based around Flash. It's only a 2/2 first strike, but it's a 2/2 first strike with Flash. Oh, trust me. Trust me, I know. Yeah, well, there's a reason I'm going through the old cards, but the stuff that's at the bottom of the list. Because the stuff that's at the top of the list, if I go up here, like, people are going to be familiar with Aura of Silence and probably Angelic Renewal. Obviously, I'm only looking at white cards from Weatherlight right now. They've probably come across, if somebody's playing Feather, they've probably seen Guided Strike. But I'm looking at, like, the bottom end cards because this is stuff that people don't even know exist. Because, let's be honest, a lot of people, and I can't completely say I blame them, but they'll go to a site like EDH Rec and go, cool, what kind of decks are there? I'm interested in using, like, there's one guy who works at my LGS, and I don't know if he's not familiar, like, he's not comfortable trying to build decks for Commander or whatever, but he will generally just go to EDH Rec, click on a Commander, copy and paste a list and play that, and he'll be like, he won't be copying a list. He'll be copying what are the 36 most popular creatures. Copy, paste. What are the the 40 most the 40 most common lands. Yeah, but this is also somebody who's been playing Magic a long time and is familiar with what EDH is. And so if you're a competitive player, I can understand using EDH Rec that way. Because it's something you're used to. But if you've been playing a long time, well, I'm talking about competitive play, like somebody who's used to playing competitive but is trying to get into Commander. I'm not talking somebody who's trying to play Commander competitively. Whereas me, part of the fun for me of looking at a format like Commander is coming up with crazy weird stuff like, whoops, that's the wrong one. Like I have a mono blue deck here that ramps, and it acts a lot like a green deck with creatures that ramp, and then a dozen ways to dig for lands and so on and so forth. I also know that he used to play other games competitively. So, I mean, it's harder. I think it's, to be fair, he also spends a lot of time working at the store. And when I say a lot, I mean like he'll be there like an hour or two before the store opens to an hour or two after they close. And might have like a day off a week sort of thing. Because it's just there's this giant list of stuff that's got to get done in a given week. So, and he's got the ability to go through, like there's certain stuff where there might be one other person that understands how to do the stuff, but there's only, out of like 15-ish employees, there's only like one other person who understands how to do it and has the authority to do it. So I think for him, maybe it comes down to time constraints. He doesn't have the same amount of time that a lot of the staff there do, who are, part-timers where they're going to school or what have you. But there's a lot of people who do have the time and who would who I think would benefit from trying it out. By the way, in case you're wondering about this, pardon me, that link will take you to this page. This is a list of decks that I am currently working on. Anything where it says built with a Y, I actually have built in paper now. A lot of these that I don't have a link for, I have a stack of cards and I have not figured out the exact, because I like to figure out exactly what I want to do with my deck and how to build it and then build it. This mono white deck here is literally every combo that I could think of at that point jammed into the same deck with no tutoring. I think I may put a little bit of tutoring in at some point. Maybe one or two. Just because it's not unreasonable for me to, even if I don't need an exact piece, if I need some, because a lot of the cards in this one, a lot of these cards like Steal from Draw, I don't need. Oh, Lind. And there's a few ways to make Lind work. One of the big things that you really want for a deck like Lind is the ability to copy your enchantments. And I think, if I remember right, you're in there because you're cursed. I've only got a couple of creatures on here, but I've got like 7 cards here. Let's go under visual spoiler. I've categorized them. I've categorized them according to what they do for me. I have 11 curses there that are there to deal damage. This is largely my like that's the big reason people play creatures, is they want a consistent source of damage. I have 11 cards here that are there to deal consistent damage every turn. I've got 8 to get me more cards, either draw me extra cards or search for cards, or in some cases, like, get rid of some of my opponent's options by milling them. I've got 3 more cards that can get me extra bodies. Curse of Unbinding is hilarious, because, you know, you basically mill somebody until you hit one of their creatures, and then you steal that. And then here, I've got like 7 ways to copy various enchantments that I've got. So, to be fair, I haven't finished physically building this yet. Copy link. Let's see what you're looking at. Paste and go. Okay, cost reducer. What are your actual enchantments here? They spread out a fair bit. They're largely black and blue. Yeah, that, or actually, would this work? For what I'm looking for at the moment, this will work. So 3 tutors. Okay. As a I think the first question is, because I see a few enchantments here that are not curses. How heavy on enchantments, or how heavy on curses, I should say, do you want to go? Do you or do you not? Okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with playing Coscan Falls and Collective Restraint, for example. Yeah, I think there's more. This is what? This is Grixis, right? I don't remember for sure. Yeah, this is Grixis. Oh. There's 31. I think I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on what you're looking for. I decided I was going to run most of them. I don't remember. Actually, let me see if I can pull up my... Oh, my dog, go away. You. Give me a moment here. Gaming, Magic, Deck Ideas, EDH, list. I am running 22, 33, 33 minus 8. I am running 28 of them. Hi, Holly. Yeah, I'm running 28 of them. I don't know off the top of my head which 3 I'm not running, but I'm running most of them. Plus, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 ways to tutor them up, plus 7 ways to duplicate them. Actually, sorry, that's my clone that's running. I'm the one sitting here. I would want, I mean, personally, I would want more, I would want 1 or 2 more cost reducers of some sort. Because the part of the problem with playing curses is a lot of the cards are going to be expensive. I apologize, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I want to call you I want to call you Kush, because I don't know what. Is that a reference to something, or? Because if it is, I have no clue. Okay. I have a friend who, she basically grew up around Gundams and Transformers, so she would have seen that and like... I don't know if Training Grounds would... Well, Holly, Krishnada's deck is like, it's based around, it looks like it's based around Lind, but there's running about a third of the available curses. And I get a lot of them are... I like In Too Deep. Yeah, I don't think Training Grounds really fits this. Let me pull up the link for you. Copy. There. That's the deck we're looking at right now. Let's see if there's a better... I would really want some other kind of cost reducer in here of some sort. Cloud Key maybe comes to mind. Is it Cloud Key I'm thinking of? Yeah. Is it? Okay. I see it. I see it. That deals double damage. That deals that makes gold tokens. Does this let me go? There we go. That's better. Visual spoiler. That's the better list for this. Let's see, cast stuff for... I don't think that's red. So let's see, cast stuff from an opponent's library. There's Curse of Unbinding. Curse of Hospitality. Oh, the trample one. Deals then you exile the top of their library. Okay, so yeah, it's not based on how many curses they've got. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to an enchanted player. Oh yeah, something else you might want to think about is, I don't know if you have anything like this in there, is if you've got some kind of flicker effect. It's going to be harder to do considering the color scheme, but you are in blue. You are in blue, so finding a way to flicker one of your cards is not terrible, because then when you decide you don't want this curse affecting this person anymore because maybe they'll just die on their upkeep anyway or whatever, or maybe now instead of this person being the problem, now this person's being the problem. If you can find a flicker effect to flicker one of your enchantments, that might also be an option. And then you can redirect the curse and not have to wait for Lind for something like that, because whenever a curse is putting a graveyard from the battlefield at the beginning of your upkeep, you may yeah. She only lets you move a curse to someone else on your upkeep. So I don't know. I think a couple of flicker style effects of some sort would be useful. Oh, that's okay. So I mean, that's the first thing going through my head. What else are you running into issues with? Or is it just... Sure. But it's not impossible, and blue's more likely to find something that, affects other, just permanent as opposed to creature. So Kushanada, you said there was some, you said you were trying to make it work. It's just too slow. Okay. Yeah, Curses to me feels like the kind of deck where you'd be looking... But you don't have any sort of curse lock till turn 12 to 15. Yeah. Yeah. Part of, one way to help with that is some kind of mana acceleration. Vesper Ghoul, I think, might be the card I'm thinking of. Yeah, Vesper Ghoul. An effect like that, while not... It doesn't look amazing, but it's basically a Blackbirds of Paradise. Yes, it's 3 mana, not, it's basically at the same level as Manalith, but, it is also a 1/1. It's just the first thing that went through my head when I was thinking of stuff that could generate mana. 35 lands is probably okay. Although I'd probably run a couple more. Because, I mean, I see 6s. Yeah. I personally... When I'm designing a deck, I normally start off with I build a spreadsheet. Let me just create a blank real quick. That's not what I'm looking for. All right, fine. You. I will generally start off with this. I use Excel, and I've got a save spreadsheet and it looks a little better than this, but this is what I start off with. Because a commander deck is generally 99 cards plus one commander, I put my commander and my deck idea up here, and then I've got 99 remaining cards, which I generally divide into 9 sections of 11 each. So if you look, this here is 11 slots. So I have 5 by 11 for the main part of the deck itself, and then 4 by 11 for the mana. This section here, for the most part, this is lands with about 5 or 6 of them being some kind of acceleration. Now this is how I build. Other people build different ways. Some say this entire section should be mana, like should just be lands. With a couple of decks, they will just be they will be lands, but I'll also have things like Strip Mine or whatever hiding in there in that case. But I'll be looking at, say, 6 mana rocks or thereabouts, and then 38 lands. Most of the time I might go to 37, but when I start seeing a deck that goes to 35, I generally feel, without having play tested it, my general feeling is that there should be a couple more lands, but that also depends on the rest of the deck. I do have a couple of decks that go down as far as 34. One is because it's elves, and I've got a bunch of creatures that tap for mana. And the other is because it constantly cantrips, so you're constantly drawing into more cards. So once you've got like 2 or 3 lands in play, you just start snowballing, so it doesn't need as many lands. But this is my general starting point. And then this is why I see, when you see some of my lists, like mono green here, this is set up the same kind of way, where I've got 9 cards here that are some kind of hurricane variant. This is 6 burn spells and then 5 cards that can make tokens to support specifically Fraley's Supplicant. Doesn't mean they can't be used for other things. It's just I want enough there for Fraley's Supplicant. The mana rocks, to me at that point, the mana rocks depend on how expensive they are. Arcane Signet, Mind Stone, Felwar Stone, Soul Ring, Soul Talisman, those are cheap enough. Once I start looking at them at 3, I'm less likely to refer to them as acceleration per se, because you really want that acceleration to come in. You generally want your acceleration to come in early. Commander Sphere gets to make up a little bit of that for it because it sacks for card draw. And again, this is my perspective. Different people build their decks different ways. I am not going to turn around and tell somebody, well, you're building your deck wrong. I can give feedback based on how I do things, but the other thing about Commander is if you find something doesn't quite work, okay, you change it. It's Commander. Who cares? You're not vying for top 8 at a pro tour, you're sitting around the kitchen table and having fun with friends. At least that's how I see Commander. And so if there's something, if 35 lands works well for you for this deck, then it works for you in this deck. I would personally be more comfortable adding a couple more lands. And what are you? When a creature's about to... Haha! Oh man, too bad. Oh, you can play, what's her face with this? Etrata. I think it's Etrata I'm thinking of, isn't it? Oh no, that's a hit counter. Bounty board. No. You get Termination Facilitator. Whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls with a bounty counter is dealt damage, destroy it. To which the bounty board turns says whenever creature with a bounty counter on it dies. Oh wow. Termination. I kind of want to throw, like, if I'm playing bounty board, I would not be unhappy throwing all three in the same deck. Bounty Hunter and Termination Facilitator. Are either of you in there? No, you're not. Have you considered it? I would probably go with the Termination Facilitator would probably be better. The Termination Facilitator would probably be the better one, but which one is the last one standing? Oh, that's... Yeah. Disallow, counterspell. How many blue cards are you running? 16. 17. Although, to be fair, you don't need a Force of Will something on turn 1. You probably don't need a Force of Will something till about turn 5 or 6. So you're probably... I think I would still try and find slots for a few more blue cards. But not... I wouldn't go hard on them. Whenever enchant creature attacks. Oh, that's adorable. Shiny Impetus, you throw on one of your opponent's creatures. And then go, shrug, don't care. You attack, I make treasure. Curse of Opulence, you do the same sort of thing. Which one's the disturbance? Okay, that one. Just I wonder. Seal of the Guild Pact. Not the worst thing. It is slow. Sort by mana value. Mystic Remora is good. What does Downpour do? I don't remember. Oh, that thing. Oh my god, you've got Storm. Curse of Verbosity draws. Yeah. Profane Tutor, Scheming Symmetry, Grim Tutor. I'm a little surprised you don't have Demonic Tutor in here. Or you just try and keep your whatchamacallit slow. 1, 2. I just see 2, right? I see 2. Hilariously, Force of Will can be replaced with like a bunch of other things and not care. What's the discard one? Hey Holly, do you off the top of your head know what the common Force of Will like card that makes you discard instead is? I think it's Pauper Legal. Okay, so you don't. Okay. Foil maybe. Yeah, because foil got a yeah, foil's got 3 printings that are common. Yeah, I think it's just foil. Oh, okay, it's just foil. What was Thwart? Rather than... Oh, because it's returning stuff. An island and another... And this is not on the... Whoops. How many islands are you running? Two. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think I would be more comfortable running Force of Will here. Oh, he's not. He's not Pauper. It was just a card that I knew was. The problem here, though, is that Thwart is returning 3 islands and he's only running 6 islands in total. No, because this being Commander, you want to be able to counter creatures as well. I just knew foil had a common print. No, like cards with the island type. If you fast forward down to islands, it's like 2 actual islands. Nothing on this row. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he's got 2 basic islands. I'm assuming Kushranda is male. I apologize if you're not. 2 basic islands and then 4 more cards with the island type. Which also means not really enough to run Mystic. Not Mystic Gate. Mystic Sanctuary. Also, you're running. You're not playing the. You're not playing the Triland? Oh, wait. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? I think I am. Most of your lands, and I'm not saying this is a problem by any means at all, most of your lands enter untapped. There's a handful that do. There's a handful that enter tapped, but that's usually when they've got like an overriding reason to, like the bridges being indestructible, for example. Or cards like Sulphurous Mire having the basic land type. Okay. I'm one of these people that I care more about making sure I can hit my colors rather than whether they enter tapped or not. But you've got at least 3 tri-lands that you could play, all of which would enter tapped, but all 3 would produce one of your 3 colors. Trade routes, I believe, is banned. Unless I'm misremembering. Am I misremembering? No, trade. Which one's the one? Oh, maybe Trade Secrets I'm thinking of. Flooded Shoreline. The problem is I don't see. If you take a look and basically go to if you take a look at that link and go to Visual Spoiler, and then I've got it grouped by color, but that's fine. Go down where the lands are. I'm not seeing an effect along lines of Bojuka Bog, for example. So the only card that I see that there'd really be any interest in actually balancing would be like Glacial Chasm. So you can reset its upkeep. And that's it. Equilibrium. You know what? Rather than doing this, equilibrium. Whenever you cast a creature spell. But what are you trying to bounce? And also, I don't believe there's a lot of creatures in this deck. There's 5 actual creatures. Plus your commander. Yeah. What kind of, like, what are you trying to bounce? Like, this is... I'm not saying no. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do. And the other problem with bounce is that it's easy enough to just recast, usually. You know, unless you're bouncing an effect like Omniscience. But by the time you're doing that, they've probably already got something out to... they've probably already got something out to compensate. You know, basically, in case somebody casts Omniscience, I'm doing this. Some kind of protection. There we go. I'm not saying these are bad cards. I'm just trying to figure out, like, you're suggesting cards, but what are you suggesting like, what purpose? Wasn't there a card that if a spell was cast, you bounce something? Probably. But what are you trying to return? Like, are you trying to return your opponent's threats, or are you trying to return your own stuff? Because that's probably the first better question. Okay. The second question is, and again, not saying it's wrong, but why returning stuff to owner's hand? Because don't forget, this... fair enough. It's just Magic having been around for 30 odd years. Came out in 93, so this summer it'll be 32. If there's a thing that you're trying to, you know, even if you're looking at, like, mono blue, there are ways to blow stuff up by now. Like, if I go to my ramp deck, if I go to my mono blue ramp deck, boop, boop. I've got 5 pieces of spot removal that just get rid of stuff. Colossal Whale exiles creatures until the whale is gone. Imprison on the Moon turns whatever it's on into a colorless land. Basically turns it into wastes without even being a basic land. Phyrexian Ingester exiles a creature and becomes bigger as a result. And these two are one-shots that affect artifacts or creatures. And here, have a 1/1 bird or a 4/4 elemental instead. There's also cards like Pongify and, you know, all its variants. There's one that makes them. What is it? You cloak the top of their deck or whatever. Yeah. And so I'm seeing and then mass removal. There's not a lot, but there is some mass removal available. And for reference, volcanic eruption, I do have. Where are you? I do have unstable frontier here, so I can turn one of my own lands into a mountain, so I can actually, in a pinch, I can blow up other people's stuff as well, or my stuff as well. Everflowing Chalice of, he's got something like Everflow. Oh, what's the triple X one? Astral Cornucopia? Add one mana of that color. Astral Cornucopia might not be horrible. The absolute worst it is, effects equal 1. It's a manolith. But you can always do things like Karn's Bastion and stuff like that. But yeah. Like, there's enough ways, even in blue, to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I need to get rid of this thing. Also, there's always, Cyclonic Rift. The popular go-to of Cyclonic Rift, which I don't see in the list. And if I was looking for... Yeah, Blast Zone would not be a terrible idea. I think he's trying to minimize... I think Kushanada is trying to minimize lands that enter tapped. That being said, if there's enough stuff that costs 1 to cast and 7... Oh, yeah, that thing. I prefer the 3 mana one, because the 3 mana one is also a mana rock. You really want the 1 mana one if you're looking at like Trinket Mage or Urza Saga. You. Goblin Firebomb. There's Goblin Firebomb and there's Universal Solvent. And both say target permanent. Unstable Obelisk is the better one, I think, because for 2 extra mana, it's now also a mana rock. Yeah, this is all stuff that's in my Mono Brown Commons only commander deck. I'm running all 3 of them because I need to be able to blow stuff up. Yeah, like anything of that sort of nature at all. Once you start involving counters, has he got anything else that actually cares about counters? That's the other question. And a quick scan so far suggests no. Bounty board putting extra bounty counters on something doesn't do anything. Blood Chief Ascension has cares about quest counters. I like these impetuses. Yeah, and I don't think there's any lands in here that do. Okay. Yeah, Meteor Gold. The nice thing about me. Yeah, so I see, I think, one card in here that cares about counters at all. Yeah, Meteor Golem and some kind of flicker effect. Oh! I mean, you could run Deadeye Navigator, but that's basically going, you know, 1 blue colon, destroy target permanent. Yeah, let's not. Oh, sorry. I think it's non-creature permanent. Or non-land permanent, one or the other. Yeah, non-land permanent an opponent controls. Cool. I generate a whole bunch of mana, and now I blow up the entire board. How are you not on the list? How is this not on the frickin' whatchamacallit list? Oh, what do they call them? The Game Changers. Deadeye Navigator really needs to be on the Game Changers list. Yeah. You don't want Deadeye Navigator is one of those cards. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of cards people will complain about need to be on the list or whatever. Deadeye Navigator is really easy to break and really easy to make broken AF. I don't know. Kushanada's gone quiet, and it's, you know, it's their deck that we're looking at. And the big problem that they're saying is the card being, or is the deck being slow. Oh. Prevent all combat damage. That would be dealt to and dealt by creatures you control. Statecraft is the kind of card where you want creature superiority in terms of quantity, but not necessarily quality. I don't know. There's a few ways it can be done. I mean, the other option is simply embrace the fact that it's going to be a slower deck. Okay, see you, Ollie. I know what I should be looking at. I'm not sold on the staff. And I'm not sold on the sphere. No more than 2 creatures can attack you each combat. I wonder... Oh, he's got 3. Oh. That explains why Extinguish All Hope is in there. But it's 6 to cast. Feel 4 damage to target creature. Each opponent loses a... Cut to Ribbons is basically just there to be removal that has a side benefit. I feel like there's a better option. Last one standing is there to try and beat Wrath of God. Or in this case, Damnation. Bedevil feels like it might be too much. Is there a better option for cheaper? Oh! Introduction to Annihilation. That is a card I personally like just because it can hit almost anything. Cacophony Unleashed. If you cast it, destroy all non-enchantment. Whenever enchanted player draws a card. I don't remember seeing much discard in here at all. So Curse of Fool's Wisdom seems kind of slow. And it's 6 mana. Curse deals damage equal to the number of curses. Yup. Yeah, this is a sort of card where I want more mid-range mana rocks in here. Or, if they're not mid-range mana rocks, do some kind of storage land. No. Thran Dynamo. Those are a couple of cards that are going through my head that you might want to consider. I know it's colorless mana. But a lot of your cards do have colorless components to them. So it does allow you to more easily cast 2 things on the same turn. Also, I can't remember what the other 2 are called. I think the blue-black one is Dreadship Reef. There's a blue-black one and a black-red one from this cycle, which was during Time Spiral. You might want to consider those as well in your mana base somewhere. Also, if you've got enough stuff that cares about counters, because this can allow you to like just store up counters and then suddenly go, I'm going to take 6 counters off and make 6 mana. Plus, if you've got enough stuff that happens to care about counters, you can add something like Karn's Bastion to your deck. Meantime, where was I? Oh yes, blue. I was about to look at blue, and then distractions happened. Cloudgen. I've said before about other similar cards. Can only block creatures with flying. It's a 5/4 flyer for 6. Don't bother. Even if I was only looking at cards from back in the day, I would play Sibilant Spirit over this. Even if I'm only looking at ancient cards. For the same cost, I've got a 5/6 flyer that can block whatever. Sure, if it attacks, defending can draw a card. Maybe I build around that. Maybe I throw Underworld Dreams or something equally silly in. It's just not worth it. Even with the same rarity, 6 mana for 5/4, even with really old cards, it's not worth it. Timid Drake. This can turn into a combo piece. if you've got this and another creature with a similar ability, and you have, I don't know, Allurin, which lets people play creatures that cost 3 mana or less as though they had flash, without paying their mana cost. This and other creature that's this mana or cheaper. Beam, 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 beam. And you just sit there, and I have something in play that says whenever a creature comes in play, I gain life. Cool. I now have infinite life. Creature comes in play, 1 damage to target opponent. Cool. Everybody dies, etc., etc. Alright, what if I do? Mana value less than 4. Take out anything that cares about the graveyard, down to 27 cards. Yeah, Dreamstalker. When it enters, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. Actually, when this enters, return. Oh, whenever another creature enters. Not when this enters. Timid Drake. Okay, fine. Then instead of that, nah. So instead of that, you need something that when a creature comes into play, you make a token or whatever. If you've got some way of doing that ability, then, I mean, Timid Drake plus Intruder Alarm. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you can find some way to make this thing combo. Chilean Drake, as I said before, this is the funny thing is giving it phasing is like giving it only half its power, but that makes it basically a 1/4 flyer for 3 mana, which is not terrible considering at that point you're looking for 3 mana for a 2/2. So this is not bad, but keep in mind it's only there half the time. However, again, as we mentioned previously about phasing, if you have enough phasing in your deck, you can build around the fact that phasing is in your deck and go, cool, well, any creatures I actually cared about are now phased out. Wrath of God. Avazoa. Avazoa's not terribad. What you can do about Avazoa is, if you have ways to untap your creatures on, untap your stuff on other opponents' turns. For example, Seedborn Muse, untap all permanents you control during each other player's untap step. Then this really isn't a drawback. There are ways to make it work. you'll just generally have to play green in the process. Fog Elemental. Fog Elemental I always thought was funny because when I finally realized what it did, I basically saw it as a weird version of Psionic Blast. Same cost, 4 damage to any target and 2 damage to you. That's an instant, so assume this is a sorcery instead. You can take the 2 damage off. Whenever it attacks or blocks, it's going to do 4 damage to it's either going to deal 4 damage because it got through, or it's going to deal 4 damage to a creature. I just realized that should be like that. If you're looking for some weird kind of aggro-ish deck, and you kind of want like a blue version of Ball Lightning, if you look at it from a weird angle, this kind of fits like a blue Psionic Blast. Do you have any more cards? You have one other card. I am sad. This is one of the things I miss about old school Magic. And I don't mean the format. I mean like just the general concept. You know, really old sets, etc. Magic, back in the day, had all sorts of interesting art. Let me just go back to the main Weatherlight page for you for a sec. Go to the checklist. Sort by artist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Fast forward back up to the top. There's 167 cards in this set. There are 63 artists in the set. Think about that for a minute. That means the average person did what, 2.5-ish? 167 divided by 63. 2.65. The average artist did 2.65 cards. Or, roughly speaking, 8 cards for every 3 artists. Or 3 artists for every 8 cards. However you want to look at it. Now, Urtai's familiar. Some kind of odd wording. And again, this is one of those cards that's got odd wording because of how rules changed. Way back in the day, phasing was not treated the way it is now. Phasing is treated, while something's phased out, it's treated as though it doesn't exist. If memory serves me correctly, after the introduction of phasing, which was during Mirage, I believe, and I think they were expecting it to be an evergreen mechanic, and then they turned around and said, well, on second thought, no. At one point, phasing in affected come into play abilities. Like, come into play abilities could re-trigger because phasing was its own zone, I believe. And at another point, and I don't remember which came first and which came second, I believe. So, I believe we've gone through like all 4 different versions. It would affect come into play abilities, but not leave play abilities. Then it would affect leave. Second point, and I don't remember which one's which. It affected leave play abilities, but not come into play abilities. I believe at a third point, and I want to say this was sometime after 6th edition, it did both come into play and leave play. And now it says, well, technically you're still on the battlefield. We just pretend you're not there. You don't actually go anywhere. You just we just pretend you're not there. So this is why the Oracle text says when this creature phases out or leaves the battlefield. And the printed text says when if it leaves play, because when the card was printed, when it phased out, it was leaving play. So this means when this card was printed, a creature leaving play, a creature phasing out, triggered leave play abilities. Which means that's probably the first version. So it would trigger leave play but not come into play. The current version of the rules just says we treat it as though it doesn't exist. It's the cleanest way to make that work. But that's why the Oracle text says when it phases out or leaves the battlefield, mill 3 cards. And this is a card that if you're building a self-mill strategy of some sort, you could be building a dredge style deck, for example. You could be, there's dredge style decks, there's decks like, playing with cards like Tolarian Terror or Lure of Extinction, I think. Anything that cares about the number of stuff in your number of cards in your graveyards or whatever is going to care, is going to have an interest in Urtai's Familiar. Because basically every other turn it is going to, you get a free mill 3 every upkeep, or every other upkeep. Starting the turn after you play it. So that it's actually kind of decent for that. Tellurian Serpent. Speaking of self-mill strategies, you probably want this one more. Beginning of your upkeep, mill 7 cards. It's 7 mana for a 7/7. It is not bad. You generally just want a deck that self-mills. I commonly am going to want a card like Chase Wielder of Mysteries or Laboratory Maniac or what's his name? Osmos or whatever his name is? Where are you? I just finished building you. You're Azorius Mill. Ormos the Archive Keeper. Go. This guy. If you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, instead put 5/+1 counters on Ormos. You play that because then you know, this is another way to stop you from drawing from an empty library. If you're building it like a mono blue self-mill deck is not unrealistic. You've got at least 3 cards that'll stop you from dying. Plus, if you've got ways to shuffle cards back in, Stream of Thoughts comes to mind. Stream of Thoughts and actually, where's my Take Me Down to Cantrip City? Visual spoiler. The bodies are not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for pump spells. No? Devious Cover-Up and Devious Cover-Up lets you shuffle stuff back in. Clear the Mind lets you shuffle cards back in. Yeah. There's enough ways to build your deck in such a way that you don't have to worry about milling yourself out. At some point, you'll end up hitting something that goes, cool, I'm going to shuffle my graveyard back and not care and keep going. So yeah, I would probably prefer, depending on, if I'm trying to do it quickly for whatever reason, Tellurian Serpent. If I want more control over it, hello Zero. If I want more control over it, I would run Urtai's Familiar. Merfolk Traders, there is a rare deck that I would run this in. It is a Merfolk. It is a come into play ability. So that's actually something that's in its favor. I would generally prefer Merfolk Looter, but it is a triggered come into play ability. This is reusable if you can flicker it. If that's a thing that you're looking for, in fact, I may have, I might actually have that in here. I know it was Merfolk. No. I think it was a card I had considered and eventually cut. I do have the Daily Merchant, though, which does the same thing. And this is a mono blue commons only deck whose job it is to just draw draw all the cards. I have a commander that but neither is. I mean, doesn't mean you can't jam both ideas into the same deck. I know that recently Saffron Olive on the most recent Commander Clash had a deck. That week they were not allowed to play creatures, anything generated creatures, nothing. Creatures were not allowed to exist. And so he had 3 separate ideas he jammed into the same deck. It was Spellslinger, Artifact, Energy. So if you're worried about having 2 ideas and neither is enough for a deck, there's always ways. Okay, so I have 2 ways I can help you with that. One is this, which looks kind of bad, but it helps me organize stuff. Let's embiggen this a bit. Let's go to that. I know, this is blank. That's the point. This is my blank. A commander deck normally has 1 commander. Yes, we know, etc. But usually 1 commander and 99 cards. If you look at this, what you'll see is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across, 6, 7, 8, 9. Going from the top down to the bottom of each section is 11. What I do is I take this bottom section here, and this is for my mana base. I'm going to make you nah, I want you a lighter yellow. This section down here is for my mana base. I normally run, this is 44 slots. I normally run somewhere around 38 lands, which I feel is about right, and about 6 mana rocks of some sort, which this is where my Soul Ring goes. If I'm playing green, maybe this is where my Cultivate and stuff like that go. And then this here is for the other 55 cards. And what I will do, and I'm not saying anybody else has to do it, I'm saying this is an idea that works for me. If I start looking at, let's see if I can find one that I've worked on that's on here. Okay, that does not help. Alright, fine. If I go to this, which is a deck in process, let's make this a bit bigger to make the visibility a bit easier. I have 11 cards here, but I've categorized them into separate sections. Here's 6 cards that let me hit any target. Here's 5 cards that it says red-white tokens. Well, why do I care about red-white tokens? Because I have this card here called Fraley's Supplicant, which tap and sack a red or white creature. Fraley's Supplicant deals damage to any target equal to half the sacrificed creature's power, rounded down. Which in this case means I want creatures that have at least 2 power. which is where, which is where these tokens come in. These all make tokens that are at least 2, if not 4 power or greater, that I can, cool, I've attacked, it's going to die, I'll throw it with a Fraley Supplicant. And then I've got, and I keep having different cards that do different things, and I categorize them. You don't have to do it this way. I personally find this useful. And this is how I split out my 55 cards. So, there's that way I do things. The other way I do things, depending on what I'm trying to do, and this is more common for me to do in Limited, but I have done it for things like Commander before. I have a stack of cards in front of me. These are all cards I want to play. I've got myself to, let's say I've figured out my 44 mana slots, and I've got like 60 cards for this top section, and I don't know what 5 cards to cut. And in your case, maybe you've got 25 cards or whatever you want to cut, but you don't know what to cut. At that point, I lay out all the cards in front of me that I really want to add. And I start going and making the hard choice. What cards need to go in? Forget what I want to put in. What needs to go in to make this work? This is why I like having a framework like this, because it cuts stuff down for me to the point where I'm not staring at things trying to figure out what I need to put in, what I cut. I can see how much room I have to work with. And I'll go, okay, out of the 55, let's say, slots that I've got, 55 slots, okay, I've figured out 32 cards. Here's 32 cards that are going in regardless. I have 23 slots left. And I look at the remaining stack of cards that I've got, and I'm going one at a time, and I count, in this case, up to 23. What do I really want to put in? And I just start counting upwards. And once I hit that 23rd card, I stop. All the rest of the stuff is not going in. That doesn't mean it'll never go in. It means with the way the deck is built at that point, that's what I've got. Like, you're saying 36 to 40 lands with 10 to 16 mana rocks. Okay, so on average, you're looking at about 50 slots for mana. At which point I would be taking the same thing here. I would have an extra column down here. I would take this column, if I can, and I would bring it down here. Kind of like that. This would be my mana. I would probably have these 3 columns and this as lands, this as mana rocks, And then this is where I start doing other stuff. You know, maybe this section here would be mass removal, for example. Or maybe these 4 slots are, you know, 4 cards specifically to just turn around and win, you know, deal with this or the game's over. True Conviction is a good card for something like that. Or Triumph of the Hordes. Something that can just swing the game from, well, I might be a bit of a threat at something, you know, at some point, to you deal with one of these cards now or you're going to die. You know, it's not bad to have a couple of cards in your deck like that. So if you're sketching things out initially and you're having trouble trying to figure out what to cut, I would suggest something like that. Whoops. I would suggest having some kind of, you can use Google Sheets, you can use Microsoft Word, you can use anything, basically anything that you can use Photoshop, anything that lets you lay out cards in a way that makes sense to you. You can grab a sheet of 8.5 by 11 lined paper, run a couple of extra lines down and just go And I use the 11s for convenience. You don't have to do whatever by 11. You know, you don't have to use 5 and 4 by 11. I just do that because I figure, you know, this is a good amount for mana. That gives me this to work with for the rest of the deck. If you've got another way you want it laid out, you have another way you want it laid out. Doing it this way makes me actually spit out the individual cards. Like, if I'm going to run 36 Force, I have to take if I'm running 36 Force, I am doing this. Rather than just Force times 36. Because of the way I do things. Doesn't mean you have to do things that way. I just find that when I'm if I need help cutting cards, this is one of the first tools that I find is easier for me. There's also something else that you can look at. And I know I haven't even asked to see what your list looks like. I'm just throwing some ideas at you to help you, because if you come across this problem once, you'll probably come across it again and again. And you can ask people for help all the time, or you can find... Wait. Because this is stuff I learned on my own. So I figured if I can show other people what I'm doing and it works for them, it'll make their life easier as well. I'm trying not to sound like an old man here. I probably do start sounding like an old man. I gotta stop being an old man. But yeah, especially when it comes to limited, when it comes to cutting cards, that's a thing I eventually figured out, and it's like, I should do this. Because, you know, when you've only got room for 23 cards, 24 if you're able to keep your curve, if you're able to cut down to like 2 colors and a good curve, 25 if you pull a really aggressive pool. Being able to just, I don't have room for all this. What am I putting in, and figuring out how to do it. Hey, I mean, it helps. But yeah, step 1, regardless of how you do it, figure out the cards that need to go in first. The other thing you can look at is cards that are good at bridging the gap. For example, one of my favorite cards, regardless of what deck I'm building these days, let's be honest, is Honored Heirloom. First of all, this is a common card, so if I'm building decks that I'm only allowed to play commons in, this is great. It taps for any color, so fixes my mana. Fine, it's a 3-drop. It's a little on the slow side for a mana rock, but it eats cards out of graveyards. I can put this in decks and know I've got at least some form of graveyard hate. Yeah, it's in my mana base, but I've got some form of graveyard hate that's going to stick around, because people generally don't go after mana rocks unless there's nothing else on the board. So this tends to do multiple things for me. It doesn't look like a lot, but it does a lot. For the same reason people like playing Commander Sphere. You tap it for mana of whatever you need, and then you sack a layer to draw a card. It's never useless. So, depending on what themes you're trying to do, see if there's cards that, like, I guess now is the time I should be asking, what kind of deck ideas are you looking at? I know, now that I've gone on for about 20 minutes. I lost him. That's what I get for rambling. Zero, I apologize. If and when you catch us later, I apologize to you for that. Anyway, where were we here? Phantom Wings. Phantom Wings is always fine. It is protection of a sort. It's 2 mana, give a creature flying, which, again, comparing it to Flight back in the day, which was a single blue for it, but sack this or return an enchant creature to its owner's hand. So it's Flight plus Unsummon. With the Unsummon, basically on call. Eventually they would print Seal of Removal. The difference is the unsummon is attached to the wings. So this does have some more use over flight, and I would play this over flight easily because this allows you to get whatever you put on back. And it's protection from removal. But there's generally better cards. Ophidian. This is another one of those cards where you hear about, you hear the name and you wonder, what are people talking about? It's not exact, like they're referencing this card. Not exactly this ability. Man, I love the way that looks. Generally, it's a less cumbersome version of this ability. Basically, an Ophidian would be like a combat triggered card drawing. When it attacks and isn't blocked, you may draw a card. If you do, this creature assigns no combat damage this turn. Back in the day, that was a common phrasing. You can... you basically get the ability... Like, you'll get some ability in lieu of dealing combat damage. So, you can either deal the combat damage, which in this case is only 1, or you can draw a card, which is going to generally be worth more than the damage that you would have been dealing. It was common for that to be a thing back in the day. Fallen Empires had a couple of cards like that. In fact, my username, Mindstab Thrill. When this attacks and isn't blocked, you may sacrifice it. If you do, defending player discards 3 cards. This is before, this ability triggers before combat damage happens. It's still an okay card now, but is it Thieving Magpie I'm thinking of? Which, for an extra blue, it's the same size, but it has flying, and it triggers on the damage being dealt. There we go. Okay, it was the same art. Yeah. This is generally much better ability, but it's not, it would not be unreasonable to hear of this being an Ophidian effect, because it's a combat enabled card draw ability. Manta Ray. Again, Island Home. I wish this what's the word I'm looking for? I wish this mechanic had lasted longer, but realistically, it was rare to see it on cards that weren't blue. And it was pretty much Island Home. I don't think I ever saw Swamp Home, Plains Home. I think I might have seen Forest Home, and I might have seen Mountain Home. But I am not positive on either of those other two. Island Home, by far, outweighed them all. Okay, Bog Serpent technically had Swamp Home. Gorilla Pack technically had Forest Home. Yeah, literally one card was Swamp Home, one card with Forest Home, and everything else was Island Home. That being said, if you're playing this, you're playing blue, you probably have islands in play. This part is not going to be really a drawback. Is somebody at the table playing blue? This can't be blocked except by blue creatures. This line I can pretty much ignore. Can't be blocked except by blue. Giving opponents islands is not, I mean, it's not simple, but it's not difficult. You can play cards like Harbinger of the Seas. Apathy. There's a large number of cards that like 1 and 2 mana that say, hey, by the way, you don't untap next turn. You don't untap for some of which have a way to get around it. This one being, they can discard a card at random to untap it. The fun thing is, it's a random discard. If I think if I'm playing a deck with an effect like this, and I'm okay with giving them a way out, I think Apathy might be on my short list because they don't get a choice of what to discard. They're free to discard, but they don't know what they're going to discard until it happens. And they have to have a card in hand to be able to do it. And unlike, is it Singing Bellstrike? Yeah. Unlike effects like Singing Bellstrike, which let you, pay mana, untap this creature. So, every time I generate 6 mana, I can untap it, so I can continuously, as long as I've got a whole bunch of excess mana, I can just keep, okay, fine. Commander decks being able to generate, 12 extra mana, okay, yeah, that's not unheard of. This is not that, because it's not an activate ability, it's only a trigger, and it's a random discard. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Wow. I've been at this for 3 hours, and I've only just finished blue. Alright, let's go through this quickly. Black. Shadow Rider. 4 mana for a 3/3 with flanking. Flanking, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Flanking needs to see more play. This basically attacks like at least a 4/4, sometimes even a 5/5, depending on how many things it's how many things it's blocking. If you building a night deck, honestly, start taking a look at cards that cards that have got flanking. They will be worth more. They'll be worth more than it looks at first. Zombie Scavengers, again, one of those cards where card order matters. 3 mana for a 3/1. Regenerates without spending mana on it. Keep in mind, 3/1 is roughly equivalent to a 2/2. It's not directly comparable, but cost-wise, it's about the same. Regenerates without having to spend mana on it. Just exiling top creature card of your graveyard. This is why with basically, I think it's anything that's older than Mercadian Masks. If that is in the format, you have to keep your deck in the order it says. Most people, when you're playing Commander, don't care. When you're playing with cards like this, it matters. So, somebody being a stickler at your table on this once in a while, learn the fact that the rule exists. It exists for a reason, and the reasons are cards like this. And it says the top creature card, which could be like 12 cards down if that's how your deck happened. But it's regeneration that doesn't cost mana, which is also nice. So, depending on the kind of deck you're playing, it might be worth considering. If your graveyard really doesn't have any use, if somebody goes, if somebody's going and eating cards and you're like, okay, whatever, don't care. Once a card goes to graveyard, there might as well be exiled. Okay. Zombie Scavengers is fine for that. Wave of Terror. 3 mana, cumulative upkeep of 1. At the beginning of your draw step, destroy each creature with mana value equal to the number of age counters on this enchantment. They can't be regenerated. So, notice that the wording originally said at the end of your upkeep, because at that point, each step had 3 distinct sections. You had stuff that triggered at the beginning, stuff that happened during, and stuff that happened at the end. Which is why you would see cards worded like this. Well, stuff that triggered at the end, they basically have largely turned around and said, well, instead of happening then, will just happen at the beginning of your draw step, because that's essentially the same thing. End of your upkeep, beginning of your draw step. It's 11:59. It's 12:01. It's basically midnight. It's the same thing. What you want from a card like this is the ability to get it back into play somehow. And the fun thing is, as long as you can keep paying the upkeep, and this will probably stick around for 5 or 6 turns at least. You're also playing black. It's not unreasonable for this to stick around 5 or 6 turns. Yeah. This is... if you can reset this somehow, Sun Titan is a good example. Let it die at some point, bring it back with Sun Titan, and then just keeps killing off all the small creatures, then the medium creatures, then the large creatures, until it's only the gargantuan ones left. The gargantuans and the colossal. And yeah, my D&D's showing up. Yeah. Have this. Not only that, but this is because it no longer is attached to the upkeep cost, but more the number of age counters that are on it. You can manipulate this. You can pay put the age counter, pay the upkeep cost, then increase the number of age counters on it by proliferating it a couple of times. And then on your draw step, go, by the way, kill all the 4-drops now. Wait, what? Yeah, kill all the 4-drops now. Fledgling Djinn. I thought back in the day this was actually pretty decent. 2 mana for a 2/2 flying Djinn. That odds upkeep, delta damage to you. This was generally, if you compared this to Val Imp, which we'll be covering next month, I think. No, later this month, I think. Weatherlight. No, in about 2 weeks. These work out about balanced to each other. 2/2 flying. 2 black comes down, play, lose 2 life. 1 black, 1 other for 2/2 flyer. Beginning of drop keep deals 1 damage to you. That works out about the same. And I thought this was a quite reasonable creature. It was a decent, cheap creature. It was a 2-point flyer for 2 mana. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll play that. Now, it's not as good nowadays. However, it does have, it is a 2 mana, flying creature. I think if you're looking for cheap flying creatures, this is actually really good. And when I say cheap, even look at the fact that it's like, it's going to be a quarter. You go to an LGS, they'll charge you a quarter. Do it. If you've got if you're looking for just like a random cheap flying creature, it's perfectly fine. 1 damage a turn, okay. Because that 2 damage that it deals is just going to keep pecking at your opponents. Plus, it's a good blocker because it has flying. It can jump in front of dragons. It'll die, but it can jump in front of dragons, and that can save you another turn. If you're looking for an aggro deck of any sort, if you're playing black, Fledgling Djinn is pretty good. Speaking of aggro, Hidden Horror, 3 mana, 4/4. Enter, sack it unless you discard a creature card. Oh. Were you looking for a discard outlet for, let's see here. Madness, Flashback, and variants like Jumpstart and Disturb and Escape, and and then collecting evidence and so forth. Reanimator decks. You already have a 3 mana 4/4 creature, and now on turn 4 you cast Zombify on this giant fat creature and maybe you've discarded like a 7/7 So on turn 3, you've got a 4/4, and then on turn 4, you also have a 7/7. And people are going to look at you and go, how the hell am I supposed to deal with this now? Yeah. And it's only a come to playability. And heaven forbid you also build a deck that's got Torpor Orb in it. And similar effects, and then their abilities don't trigger when they come into play. Yeah. Paraghoul. So, yes, in other words, Hidden Horror, worth playing. It's a 4/4 that does a lot for you. Paraghoul, on the other hand, again, if you don't care about your graveyard and you've got a lot of sacrificial fodder, Paraghoul can work. Yeah. Yeah. Really hard to... this is a lot harder to make work. It is a 2-mana 4/4, but it's saddled with a very large drawback. If you're playing a self-mill deck that doesn't care about its graveyard at all, and just wants fodder to keep stuff like Paraghoul fed, fine, but honestly, hell, I would play Junk and Grunt before this. Actually, Junk and Grunt is probably what this is based on. ID equal black, mana value equal 2, power equal 4, toughness equal 4. What options we got? Flesh Reaver. Flesh Reaver is so much better. Whenever it deals damage to a creature or opponent, it deals that much damage to you. You can throw something like Vampiric Link on it or whatever, and counteract this this damage and gain the life that it deals to something else in the process. And you've spent 3 mana for 4/4 that 4/4 with lifelink. This is eventually a 4/4 flyer. Pay 1, tap, pay a life, and discard card. To draw a card, mill a card, and put a ritual counter on it. So you loot, mill, and then as soon as it's got enough counters, so it's going to cost you 3 life. The thing is, this is easy enough to get over. And you end up with a 4/4 that can eat creature cards in a graveyard to get it bigger. Okay. Yeah, I would play Heirloom Mirror and Flesh Reaver before I played Paraghoul. But yeah. What if I'm looking for greater than 3? And greater than 3. Hunted Horror. Oh, definitely. Hunted Horror in Commander. Follow that up with, I don't know. What's the one that gives everything -3? Oh, I mean, Mutilate works, but there's a few versions of that. Rock Cursed, Rakshasa, 5/5 Trample Decayed. Putting decay counters on creatures, that's hilarious. Throne of the Grim Captain is hard to make work, but it's got a really strong payoff if you do pull it off. Visage with 2 creatures for 6. Yeah, but you get paying 6, 7, 8 mana for a 5/4 Venice. 5/4 Menace, when it enters or attacks, you can mill 2. Yeah. So there's at least 3 No, I'd probably still play the Rakshasa. Yeah. I'd skip on the Barrel Ghoul. Urborg Stalker. 4 mana for a 2/4. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player controls a non-black, non-land permanent. In other words, something that's not in the mono-black color identity. This deals 1 damage to them. So. Oh, that's fun. Oh. Play this in a black-green deck. All your ramp is land ramp. You know, your cultivates and your and run as many lands as you can that can net you additional mana. Make anything that you have that's a permanent, make sure it's at least part black. So you can run cards like Deathrite Shaman. Wow. Oh, yeah. And you just sit there and let this ping your opponents to death. Oh, that's a fun deck. Yeah, if you want to whittle your opponent's life totals away, bit by bit. Yeah. If you like draining their life total away bit by bit, Urborg Stalker. Yeah. Okay. Haunting Misery. This, I believe, has been known to be a win con in Pauper before. Basically, this is you mill yourself for a bunch. You throw in a bunch of 0-drop and 1-drop creatures in your deck. Because you don't care what they are. You just care that they're creature cards. Or cards that have got dredge, so you can just keep filling your graveyard, and keep filling your graveyard, and keep filling your graveyard. And then Haunting Misery comes up, and you just go, and by the way, take like 30. This has been replaced with, I think it's Lot Less Giant. Yeah, because it deals 1 damage to target opponent for each creature card in your graveyard. This can hit Planeswalkers. But this is a reanimation target, which is a lot easier to deal with. And it's a healthy sized body on top of that. If you're looking for this sort of effect, play the giant first. If you still need more, then considering Haunting Misery, but Haunting Misery is going to be harder to pin down in your deck because it is a sorcery. You're going to need something that can tutor up any spell, as opposed to Lot Less Giant, which can be reanimated, which is a lot easier for black to deal with. I'm not saying don't play it. I'm just saying if you're looking for that kind of effect, play the giant first. And it even costs less to it's 14 to 18 cents as opposed to 24. But that's another story. It's still not a bad card if you're building that style of deck. Agonizing Memories. I am personally less thrilled about cards like this. You basically time stretch against one person, but you still have two other people. You still have two other opponents to deal with, so this will affect, unless you've got a way to like continuously recur this, but at that point, why? This, if you can do this like every turn, you're just gonna, it's going to start making games miserable. I do not recommend Agonizing Memories. That's up to you on whether or not you want to play it. But yeah. Gallowbraid. 5 mana for 5/5 trample, cumulative upkeep, pay 1 life. Not generally considered a good creature. However, when you're looking at Commander, cumulative upkeep, pay 1 life. Okay. There are some numbers that I refer to, and I found this is a less uncommon term than I expected. It's just what I decided to call them as triangular numbers. And if you think of a triangle, and I'll go here. Fill. So, 1. Then 2. One plus 2 plus 3. One plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. You notice this, I'll shrink this. Whoops. I'll shrink this down so it looks a bit, so the resolution looks better. Okay. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. If you keep adding stuff up like that, it starts looking like a triangle. In fact, let's bring the resolution down like that. You might start seeing it look like a triangle if you look at it sideways on an angle. In fact, see if you do it small enough, it starts kind of resembling a triangle. Oh wow. So basically, whatever your first, you start off at 1, and you add 2, and then you add 3, and then you add 4, and you add 5, and you add 6, and the number you're adding keeps increasing by 1. And show you, and if you start in the middle, and it spreads out like this, like a triangle, like a pyramid. I've memorized a bunch of these numbers, like in order. And the total of, well, you start off at 1, and then 1 plus 2, which is 3, and then 3 plus 3 is 6. Well, then this was 3, so the next one's 4. 6 plus 4 is 10. Plus 5 is 15. Plus 6 is 21. Plus 7 is 28. Plus 8 is 36. Plus 9 is 45. Let's go back to 8, which is 36. Assuming you have lost no life and not gained any, you can keep Gallowbraid around for 8 turns. Assuming no manipulation or anything else. Here's the fun part. You're also in black. You can let this go for like 3 turns. Let's say you let it go for 3 turns. That's 6 life. Then you decide not to pay the upkeep. And you reanimate it. There's a bunch of ways to reanimate it. You're in black. It doesn't matter. So you reanimate it. And you leave it around for 3 turns. And then you decide not to pay its upkeep. And you can keep doing that, and you can keep doing that, and keep doing that. Yeah, you'll lose out on attacking every 4th turn. Okay. But you're basically looking at a 4-turn cycle, which is costing you 6 life every cycle. So 6 life, 42 would be 7. So 6 cycles is 24 turns. Which would be 36, 37, 38, 39. So 24. So you can keep, if you reanimate them every 4 turns, you can keep them around for 26 turns. Based on that assumption, if you've got a way to consistently reanimate him, he's got to be really good. And that can be reanimating, that can be returning him back to your hand, and then recasting him. There's a bunch of ways that can be done. It can be flickered. Have fun with that. Doesn't look amazing. Is not as bad as he first appears. Now, here's the question. What do we got? The only other card that's a 5/5 . The only other 5/5 trample for 5 that there is . The only other 5/5 trample that there is just came out in the last set in Aether Drift. And it's got the same cost. Compare that to Akujin, which I said when we did Visions last week, don't bother. Doom Whisper, much better. Maha, it's Feather's Knight, much better. Ravenous Demon, sack a human to transform it into... Okay, this is basically Lore of the Pit. Ravenous Demon would require some work to make it work. Clackbridge Troll. If you have Clackbridge Troll with... So Clackbridge Troll you can make work. You really want something like Knight of Souls Betrayal or some effect like that to make it work well. But I might just play this. I might just play this otherwise. To gain life and draw the cards, which is hilarious. You know what? I would look at this as a card draw spell attached to a body that can occasionally attack. It's also an 8/8, so anything that cares about creatures' power. It's an 8-power creature. Yeah. That being said, Gallowbraid, still not completely unreasonable. Morinfen. Morinfen is basically the same thing, except it loses a point of toughness and it loses trample for flying, which is probably the better ability. Because flying is harder to stop. But this can be jump blocked all day by like 0/1s and 1/1s as long as they can block flying creatures. I think I would probably play Gallowbraid first and then play Morinfen. They're both actually, I think they're better creatures than people give them credit for, especially since, as I said before, you're playing in black, you're playing in the color of reanimation. They're not bad. They're not they're not, amazing and and game breaking. But they're okay creatures considering you're playing in the color of reanimation. Heaven forbid you get this out, either of them out while you've got frickin' Akroma's Memorial out. And then you can keep them around. You can keep them around for that much longer. You can. You're taking 6 while your opponent's taking 20. I'll take that trade every day of the week. Tendrils of Despair. I thought for a competitive, we're talking years ago, I thought this was an okay card for competitive Magic. The problem with Tendrils of Despair, first of all, there's the Oracle text, or not the Oracle text, the written text, which makes this feel like an activated ability, which it's not. As I said, I think it was either last week or the week before, this is how cards that had additional costs were worded at this point. This is not like multi-kicker or whatever. This is, no. This is the additional cost. If you look at Goblin Grenade, if Goblin Grenade were to be printed at this point, it would be sacrifice a Goblin, Goblin Grenade deals 5 damage to any target. But even the... Yeah. Let's see. Goblin Grenade. Nah. There was no, it was not printed at. I prefer the old school Goblin Grenades. Anyway. But, depending on what you're trying to sacrifice, if you've got, a Hypnotic Spectre that's got through a few times, and your opponent's hand is kind of low. Now you can turn around and sacrifice the goblin, sacrifice that, paying only a single black. Sure, I lose my hippie, but now I've taken the rest of my opponent's cards out. This is okay. This is also okay if you need a sack outlet. The problem is making somebody discard cards. When you're targeting if you're playing 1v1, if you're playing dual commander, for example, this is not a terrible card. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's a sack outlet, which will trigger anything that cares about creatures dying and specific creatures dying and this, that, whatever. And if it's 1v1, making somebody discard 2 cards is a big deal. You combine this with like Hymn to Torak, and then for 3 mana, they've lost 4 of their cards. It's an okay card in that context. When you start looking at it in terms of a multiplayer format, if, the person to your left, if you make them discard 2 cards, okay. Well, you've shorted them 2 cards, but now you've lost your creature. Have you got anything useful for your creature dying? Maybe yes, maybe no. But you still have the person to your right and the person across from you to deal with. It's a lot harder to build something around a discard strategy when you've got 3 opponents to deal with. Plus, in Commander, it's a lot easier to recover from losing a couple of cards. I just would completely pass on it. Red cards. Sawtooth Ogre. Not the worst card in the world. If this thing blocks or becomes blocked, so basically I end up in combat with another creature, that is going to take an additional point of damage. Here's the thing. It triggers from them, from blocking happening. Sawtooth Ogre could be blocked by like 7 4/4s. And each of those 4/4s, sure, the ogre dies, but each of those 4/4s is going to take a point of damage. And it's going to be based on the ogre. I think, yeah, the damage happens even though this card is not on the battlefield at the end of combat. Give me a moment here. The Sawtooth Ogre has Death Touch before combat damage is dealt. Well, it's 1 damage per opposing creature. Destroy those creatures. Because if this card works the way I think it does, that's going to be hilarious AF. I will come back to you on that. If it works the way I think it does, and I think the answer is yes, this can actually take out a bunch of stuff. Bloodrock Cyclops, 4 or 3 mana for a 3/3 that has to attack each turn. Feels about right for back then, but it's not, you know, nowadays I think we get a 3/3 with haste now. If not, nice. I just checked in the rules chat. Yes, it works that way. Apparently, rules 702.2e. If an object changes zones before an effect causes it to deal damage, its last known information is used to determine whether it had Death Touch. Nice. So a Sawtooth Ogre with Death Touch, and hey, do things the fun, silly way. This is... Oh, you can wait till blockers are declared. It's going to deal the 1 damage to each creature. Blockers are declared. Cool. Fast effects after blockers are declared. I'm giving it Death Touch till end of turn. Nice. Okay. Heart of Bogardan. If it's not paid, deals damage equal to its last paid cumulative upkeep to target player. Oh! Oh, that's a slow burn. That's a slow burn. Oh, this is fun. Okay. See, this is one of those I only hit 1 player cards that I don't mind so much. For to cast cumulative upkeep of 2. If this thing gets blowed up from its cumulative upkeep not being paid, the enchantment deals damage to target player or planeswalker. Assume player for the simplicity of how this wording is going to come out. And every creature they control equal to the last cumulative upkeep that they had paid. So, the cumulative upkeep is 2. So, it's always going to be an even number. And it's going to be like, if I pay it the first turn, I will have paid 2 mana. If I pay it the second turn, I will have paid 4. If I do it the third turn, I will have paid 6. If I don't pay it the fourth turn, then it's 4. Basically think 4 minus 1 is 3. Double that is 6. So the way they word it, they make the math simple. They say, how many age counters on it? Double that, subtract 2. You could also go subtract 1 from the number of age counters, because that was the last time it was paid, and then double that. But the way it's actually worded makes, while the math works out the same, this is easier for reading. But yeah, I mean, you can probably realistically leave this around for 3 turns, and then they'll take, and pay the upkeep for 3 turns, and then they'll take, 6 damage. 6? Yeah. They'll take either the opponent or one of their planeswalkers will take 6. And each of their creatures will take 6. So if you can keep this around for 3 turns, that's a lot to one target. Worth a consideration. I mean, it's... If you build your deck in such a way that you're dealing with a single person at a time, Heart of Bogardan is fine. In general, you usually want cards like Star of Extinction and Chain Reaction and Blasphemous Act and the like first. However, this would probably be around number like 8 on your list. But it might still want to be on your list. Rock Hatchling. So, 1 red for a 0/1. Comes into play with 4 counters. Beginning of your upkeep, you remove a counter. Once it has no counters, it becomes a 3/3 flyer. Or sorry, it's a 0/1. It doesn't have flying. If you can find a way for it not to come into play with counters, which means, for example, Solemnity is a good example. Creatures, counters can't be put on creatures, etc., etc. Or have an effect that makes everything come into play as a vanilla creature. Then when that effect leaves and the hatchling takes a look and go, Caw, I have no counters on me. That being said, this is still a 1-mana creature that in 4 turns is a 3/3 flyer. If you're looking for an aggressive red creature and you don't mind waiting for a couple of turns for it to turn on, this is a pretty good creature to turn on. Lava Hounds. Back in the day, this was great. If you're playing Dog Tribal, you might still need to consider playing this. 4 mana, 4/4 haste comes and play 4 damage to you. Not a bad card, let's be honest. Now, if you've got a way to redirect that damage, even more fun. It's still okay on its own. I would probably still consider playing this depending on the kind of deck I was playing. If I'm playing Dog Tribal and I was going aggro dogs, I might still be playing Lava Hounds. Bogardan Firefiend. 3 mana for 2/1. When it dies, 2 damage to target creature. The next one who tells me to relax and curl up by a fire is dead. Miri of the Weatherlight. Cat Warrior. Yeah, very ferocious feline. Don't mess with her. Yeah, this is okay. If you're building some... This would have been better if it said any target, and probably by now there's versions that say any target. Lava Storm. Are you dabbing before people knew what dabbing was? Oh my god. I have to show this off. Two damage to each attacking creature or 2 damage to each blocking creature. Not a... I mean, 5 mana instant. It's not terrible. Because you get to choose. A lot of cards like this these days are just 2 damage to each creature. Or 2 damage to each creature without flying. Or 2 damage... whatever. This gives you the choice. So, I don't know. I know I've considered it for Commander before, and I've decided against it, but if you like the flexibility that it gives you, it's not bad. And you can 2 damage to each attacking creature. Do that before blockers are declared. Wipe out a bunch of them for... Cool. Nice scrolls you got. Against some decks, this is a red flag. Cinderwall. One of their many attempts at saying, Lightning Bolt is too strong. How can we rebuild Lightning Bolt? 1 red for 3/3. Again, creature type wall. Back in the day, walls in the rules had what would become called defender, i.e. in the rules it said walls could not attack. When this creature blocks, destroy at the end of combat. It's a 3/3 wall for... The funny thing is, if you can find a way to make this attack, if you just have, let's go with a bunch of attacking walls. Defender, what's that? I don't care. There's a few walls that are worth attacking with. This would be at the top of the curve. Or at the... It's 1 mana for a 3 power creature. You would play this every day of the week. Blocking? What's blocking? I'm attacking. Cool. Goblin Grenadiers. Again, a creature that, like Mind Stab Throw. Me. When it attacks and doesn't block, you can sack it. If you do, destroy target creature and target land. 4 mana for 2/2, which is But you can blow up 2 things. You have to be able to choose a creature. You choose the targets. Both a creature and I think you... one of the ability triggers. I think you might be able to target your own Grenadiers. But even if you can't, chances are somebody's got a creature out there you can target anyway. Yeah, This is a 2-for-1 in red. For 4 mana, you get to blow up a creature and a land. Yeah, worth playing. Oh my god, destroy target creature. Oh my god. Hear me out for a sec here. Go back to my commander decks in progress. Go to this one, which is my common stack. Alright. Visual spoiler. That. Blow stuff up. One thing I really wanted in my red is ways to blow up a creature without having to worry about how big it was. Just kill it. Just get off the board. But it's a don't care. Kill it. Fisher now reads destroy target creature or land. It can't be regenerated. Destroy target artifact creature or land. Deals 3 damage to whatever. This makes people sacrifice permanents. This destroys flyers. This is basically the same as Fisher except the sorcery. All 5 of these cards do not care about regeneration. Or don't care about how big the creature is. I've had to add some that do care about damage. You know, Boulder Fall, I think finally got removed. I forgot what I put in for it. Might have been Introduction to Annihilation. Swirling Sandstorm. I needed some kind of Wrath effect. There's not a lot that I could play. Fireball is in there, of course. But I really want red cards that can blow stuff up and not care about how big it was. Goblin Grenadiers kills a creature and does not care how big it is. And this is a 2-for-1. You can and note the creature and the land can be owned by different or controlled by different people. So I could blow up this person's creature and this person's land and go shrug. And I'm attacking you. And by the way, I turn around and say to you, hey, don't worry, you're not taking damage. But you're not going to take damage. I just need the attack trigger. Okay. Attack with my Grenadiers. Blow that up, blow that up. Fit of Rage. 2 mana for +3/+3 and first strike till end of turn. It is target creature, however, because it's a sorcery, chances are good it's your creature. But a giant growth effect is still a giant growth effect in red. Feather might have an interest in this. Zada might have an interest in this. Although Zada more wants to draw cards. But if you suddenly want to turn around and go, hey, by the way, now my entire board is massive. Rawr. It's a decent card to throw in. You would generally want these effects to be instant. It's still fine. Heirloom Shaman. When it dies, each player sacks a land. It's the same cost as Heirloom Minotaur. When it dies, everyone sacks a land. I am not going to repeat that flavor text. Somebody else can. Yeah, Minotaur Tribal. It's fine. If you are looking to shrink down what lands your opponents have, it's fine. Especially if you've got a way to keep recurring it. Yeah. Miraxis is killed. Miraxis is killed can get really big really fast. If you have 3 artifacts, 3 creatures, and 3 lands. Step 1. Give all your guys vigilance. Or even more fun, have them already have vigilance. Oh, okay. Sorry, he's a 6-drop. Okay, so you have... Let's say you've got 5... Let's say you've got 4 lands, 4 artifacts, and 4 creatures. The turn you cast him, he's probably going to be a 6/6. The next turn you cast him, he's probably going to be, if you drop a Chroma's Memorial, he's probably going to be attacking still as a 6/6. But after that, he can be easily like a 13/13. No big deal. And if all your other creatures already have vigilance, which is not impossible, oh, there's only 2? Really? Wow, that's weird. There's only 2 red creatures that have vigilance. There's more colorless creatures that have vigilance. That is so weird because like even Eternal Warrior was one of the first, like, was from Legends, I think. Yeah, it was in Legends. Weird. There are more colorless creatures that have vigilance than red. There's a bunch of blue ones that have it. Weird. Red is so low on the vigilance tree. I am confused. But yeah, apparently that's the thing. But Miraxis can get, as I was saying, Miraxis can get really big really fast. Octavia Freet. 4 mana for 5/4 with cumulative upkeep for a green. Nowadays, you get a 4 mana 5, probably a 4 mana 5/5 and not blank. Or a 4/4 with a suite of abilities. You could probably get a 5/4 eat, like just, eh. Oh, it's Tuesday. Don't bother. Llanowar Sentinel does not actually work. Does not actually work unless you are playing a 60, 4 of card format, or unless you're playing a weird sub format like what's it called, Relentless Commander. You choose one card to be like the ability that Relentless Rats has, i.e. you can run any number of copies. If you make Llanowar Sentinel your Relentless card, then you can consistently, like every time one comes in, cool, I'll play another one, and I'll play another one, and I'll play another one, and you just have this flood of like 2/3s. Although I would probably play Relentless Rats instead. But Llanowar Sentinel does let you get additional copies out of the deck. So I don't know, maybe. But yeah, in a normal game, it is hard to make a card like this work well. You would need to oh wow, I don't know of a way to make this work. Nature's Kiss. This is like oh, what was that card? This is like Alms. Alms is 1 white. Pay 1 and exile the top card of your library, your graveyard to prevent a damage. This is 1 white, 1 green, 1 other. Pay 1 and exile the top card of your graveyard. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. This is not actually a terrible card. Again, if you're, if your deck is such that once something is in your graveyard, it might as well be exiled. This can give you a use for it. The drawback here, of course, being that this is an enchant creature, so it has to have a creature go on. But you always have your commander, unless you're doing like they did at Commander Clash last week and they couldn't play with creatures. Shout out to MTG Goldfish for coming up with weird commander ideas. Yeah, I'm going to talk about. I talk about them a lot. I'm sure they don't need the extra, but yeah. Anyway, it's fine. Arctic Wolves. 5 mana for 4/5 comes in a play, draw a card. Cool. Cumulative upkeep of 2. Oh. Nowadays we have Owlbear. Five mana for 4/4 with trample. When it comes in a play, draw a card. Owlbear Shepherd Abuse. Oh, that's cute. But yeah, this is, Owlbear is really close to what this does. And there's a lot of cantripping green creatures nowadays. No matter where we cat warriors go in the world, those stupid slobberers find us. Because they're wolves, which are dogs, and they're cat warriors, dogs, cats, They'll fight like, dogs and cats. It's not bad. You're just probably only keep it around for like 3 or 4 turns and then go, okay. But it drew you a card in the meantime. Again, my typical, while Octavia Freet I wouldn't bother with, Arctic Wolves, I probably would be willing to play it in a deck that had a way to manipulate the upkeep counters somehow. But Octavia Freet, just not worth it. Fungus Elemental. 4 mana for a 3/3. Fine. Pay green and sack a force to put a +2/+2 counter on. Activate only if this creature entered this turn. So, but here's the fun part. So, if you pay 2 green +3 and sack a forest, it's a 3/3 with a +2/+2 counter on it. So it's a 5/5. Which sounds meh, because you paid 5 mana and sacked a forest. But that +2/+2 is a counter, which can be manipulated by being proliferated. And +2/+2 counters do not annihilate like -1/-1 and +1/+1 counters do. It will stay around, and it takes twice as many -1 counters to get rid of a +2 counter. Yeah. I think Fungus Elemental is the sort of card where if you really want to do something weird and wacky with like crazy crazy counter types, this could be a really fun way to go. So 4, 5. If you pay 6 mana and sack 2 force, you get a 7/7. If you pay 7 mana and sack 3 force, you get a 9/9. I think it roughly breaks even, i.e. where I'd be comfortable. Probably if I've got 4 spare forests. Also keep in mind that it just has to be a land with a forest type. So, technically doing things like sacrificing a... Oh, that's funny. I was going to say Maze of Ith with Yavimaya Cridla Growth out. But I just realized you could suck, those lands from Fallen Empires that or from Mercadian Masks, I think was, that you can, I can't remember the name of the green one at the moment. But let's go with Peat Bog. Enters with 2 counters on it. Tap. So the one I'm thinking of was obviously the green version of this. Wait, is it Hickory Woodlot? Go away. Yes, Hickory Woodlot. Enters with 2 depletion counters. Tap, remove a counter. Add double green. Oh, if there are no depletion counters on this land, sacrifice it. Oh, you sack it right away. Dark Depths. What's the wording on you? When dark depths. Oh. Damn, okay. So much for that idea. And here I thought you could do something fun with Fungus Elemental. Like use Hickory Woodlot or something to sack it as part of the cost. Oh well. But yeah, like I said, I think you'd have to have like 4 force. 4 would be 11, and 8. Yeah, it's probably fine. But yeah. That being said, green's got a bunch of ways to get lands back from their graveyard. I wouldn't worry too much. Again, proliferation shenanigans. Llanowar Behemoth. A reasonable creature. Doesn't look like much. But 5 mana 4/4. Tap an untapped creature you control to give it +1/+1 until end of turn. Most people can't build decent weapons out of stone or steel. Trust the elves to do it with only mud and vines. He's not wrong. Hilariously, you can tap itself. Oh wow. If this thing has got vigilance, again, and I'm going to keep referring to certain cards just as a mental shortcut, not because this is, I think, the only card you should use. Akroma's Memorial giving vigilance to everything is what I'm looking at here. There's a reason it's worth over 40 bucks now. Yeah. I attack with this. I tap it as a 5/5, to pump itself. Okay, tap a couple other creatures. It's now like an 8/8. What? And all the other shenanigans, of course, that go along with, Akroma's Memorial, but that's another story. This is this in the right kind of deck can actually be pretty decent. If I'm building an elemental tribal deck, I might want to be looking at this. Fallow Worm, 3 mana for 4/4, comes into play to sack unless you discard land. Okay. There's 2 ways to make this work. 1, you pay 3 mana to sack it, which doesn't sound amazing, but sometimes you need food and sometimes you need the creature in your graveyard. Or 2, fine, I have to discard a land card. Dakmor Salvage comes to mind. It's a land that's got dredge. Or 3, play a deck with undercosted fat with triggered abilities that you don't allow to trigger. Rogue Elephant, 1 green 4/3/3, comes into play second unless it's sack a forest. This is a little bit like the, what are you called? Cinderwall. For 1 mana for a 3/3. This is a very aggressively costed creature. But again, enough ways around this to not care. And it's a 1-drop. This is if you can't deal with losing a land, and here's the other thing. Chances are, let's be honest, this is probably not the 1-drop that comes out on turn 1. This is probably more realistically like turn 5. You sacrifice a forest and you have a 3/3. And you probably, if you're playing cards like this, probably have ways to get your lands back. Shrug. This, Rogue Elephant and Fungus Elemental, I would be looking at very similarly in a lot of respects, but I would play Fungus Elemental first because I can manipulate the counters. Sylvan Hierophant. When it dies, exile it, then return another creature card from your graveyard to your hand. You exile it for Raise Dead. There are cards I prefer over this very easily, but that's also because I'm looking. I want my creatures coming into play. If I can bypass them having to go back to my hand first, I prefer that. That being said, it's not a terrible card. It's a reasonably costed. It's 2 mana for 1/2 with a dice trigger. Amongst other things, because it gets exiled and you're playing green, you have access to Rift Sweeper to get it back. If you're also playing white, you've also got access to Pull from Eternity. So, if you are playing Selesnya, at least, you have ways to consistently recur your creatures. If you're looking down that path, look into the Hierophant. Downdraft. Oh god. 1 green, 2 other, enchantment. Pay a green to make something lose flying till end of turn. Sack this enchantment, 2 damage to each creature with flying. So, oh no, that's terrible. Pay a bunch of green mana. Cool. All you stuff go. All your stuff go. What do you mean we fall? All the stuff go. Sack it. 2 damage to everything else. Or it's gonna. Ah! Yes, I like sound effects. Deal with it. Also making stuff lose flying. If I'm attacking with a bunch of flying creatures, this makes other stuff not able to block. If I'm being attacked by a bunch of flyers, this makes stuff easier for me to block. That's hilarious. That is the second card in Weatherlight that I'm putting on my list. That is absolutely hilarious. I should be considering that for my mono green control deck, because that just does so much. Redwood Tree Folk. If you're playing vanilla deck, at this point you should be looking around a 4/4 realistically. 5 mana for 3/6, which averages to about 4. Yeah, okay. Although nowadays you can probably get a 5/5, although maybe not because it is only a single colored mana for it. So maybe this is actually, if you're playing vanilla, this is reasonable. Aberoth. counters can't be put on... If counters can't be put on this... Oh! I think this is still fine even with Solemnity out. Because you pay the upkeep for each age counter on it. If it was just upkeep, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on this, Solemnity wouldn't work. But because this has got cumulative upkeep, you put age counter on, and then you pay the upkeep per age counter. So if no age counters ever go on it, you never have to put any -1/-1 counters on it. Solemnity makes this... Solemnity and similar effects will work with this. Which is part of the reason why it's actually relatively high on the meh cards. Incidentally, just to point out, this is an amazing card. X-target attacking creatures become blocked. Choking Vines deals 1 damage to each of those creatures. This is like a fog. This is like an Expel fog that actually hurts the attacking creatures. It's hilarious. Oh, and Call of the Wild. Yeah, if you've got a way to manipulate the top of your deck, this thing is fun. 4 mana, reveal top card of your library. Oh, it's a creature card, put in play. Do that during combat, because it doesn't say only as a sorcery or anything. Do that during combat. Wait, what? Yeah. Cool. Cool. Artifacts. Chimeric Sphere or Chimeric Sphere or however you want to call it. This thing is actually kind of cute. 3 to cast. And it can become one... So paying 2 mana can make it one of 2 things till end of turn. Either a 2/1 flyer or a 3/2 ground creature. Now, if you made it a flyer, and then you make it a 3/2, it loses flying. But if it's already blocked something, you can make this. So, if you block something like Flying Attacker, I make this into a 2/1 flyer till end of turn. Okay, I block. Okay, after blockers have been declared, I make this a 3/2 and make it lose flying. This is still blocked. And this is going to take 3 damage, not 2, from the sphere. So this can block, essentially, as a 3 power flying creature. It's a little weird, but yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Now you can probably get a 3/2. You could probably get a 3/2 flyer by now. Well, I know you can get a 3/2 flyer for 4 by now. Excuse you. Oh my dog. Ah, there we go. For 4 mana, or for 4 mana you get haste, and for 5 mana, for 5 mana you get something that can blow stuff up. Okay. But yeah, it's this is hard for me to find a place where I would want to play it. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, because it's the sort of card I wouldn't mind playing. I just don't see a spot where I want to play it. Touchstone. 2 to cast. Tap target artifact you don't control. Relic Barrier. 2 mana artifact. Tap target artifact. 2 mana artifact. Tap target artifact you don't control. Basically the same card, considering that most artifacts that you want to use that you want to use an effect like this on are going to be artifacts you don't control. So if you're looking at an effect like Relic Barrier and you want a second one, Touchstone is perfectly fine. Straw Golem. Whenever an opponent casts a creature spell, sacrifice this creature. 1 mana for 2/3. There are ways to make this work. Those ways usually boil down to stacks effects and making things really hard for people to be able to cast stuff. Would not bother with. You know where I would play this? I might play this in like an alluring style deck or something of that effect, where I just want a cheap blocker. I don't expect it to live till the end of the turn. I just want a cheap blocker now. That's what I would use Straw Golem for. Otherwise, I'd say burn it, but that's because it's made of straw. Xanthic Statue, 8 to cast, and pay 5 to make it an 8/8 artifact creature with trample till end of turn. Until you have lived as a statue, do not talk to me of pigeons. Karn, Silver Golem. Yeah, do not blame him. Yeah. That being said, I'm pretty sure you can get a 7/7 trample for 8. Actually, you know what? ID equals C, R. So, colorless card at common with trample, mana value equal 8. Eldrazi Devastator gives you an 8/9, and Marut gives you a 7/7 that if you spent treasure to cast it, refunds your treasure. How about Power greater than 7, Toughness greater than 7? Okay, Just Eldrazi Devastator. What about... Wow, Thundersteel Colossus is it. Okay. But that being said, if I'm considering Xanthic Statue, Eldrazi Devastator and Marut first, for sure. And that's... And I'm looking at commons, and that's a rare. Okay. Let's cut out rarity. Ancient Stone Idol. Oh yeah. Have value 8. Seascape Leveler. You get an 8/8 with Trample and Unearth. And when it casts, that gets to blow stuff up. Walking Skyscraper is at worst an 8 mana 8/8 Trample. And as long as it's untapped, it has hexproof. Oh, because it's not common. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And maybe the Colossus. Although the Colossus, you can probably cheat on casting it somehow. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 cards that I would play before I even got to Xanthic Statue. That are around the same mana value. That are the same mana value, I should say. This is what, 18? Yeah. I'll just do the bottom 8, I should say. Thread Tome. Reveal the top 3 cards. So the cards are... The funny thing with Thread Tome is the cards are still in your deck. Which is why it says then draw 2 cards. Reveal the top 3 cards of your library. Target opponent chooses one of those cards. Put that card in your graveyard. Then draw 2. This is actually pretty good because it's 4 to cast, 5 tap to draw the worst 2 of your top 3 cards. Unless you've got somebody who's going to be nice to you. This is actually kind of decent. Even based on Arcane Encyclopedia, which is now 3 to cast, 3 tap, draw a card. This is not bad. Does not target the cards, but targets the opponent. If you can't target the opponent, you can't activate this ability. Target creature gains flanking till... Yeah, Jabari's Banner. If you're considering playing with flanking, throw a banner in your deck. Giving a creature flanking is just... That's just free wins. That's just free wins, though. Bosium Strip. Bosium Strip basically gives instants and sorceries in your graveyard flashback. But you may cast instant and sorcery spells from the top of your graveyard. So if the top card of your deck or of your graveyard is an instant or sorcery, you can cast it. Which means this is one of those times you need an effect like Scavenger Ruse to eat any cards that are above the one that you actually need. And keep in mind, it's only the top card. If the card that you want, if this is an instant or sorcery and this is an instant or sorcery, you have to cast this one first, even if you want this one first. This requires, like, again, another one of those cards that make deck order matter. Or graveyard order matter, I should say. Really hard to make this work well. If you've only got a handful, and they're all big stuff like, Wrath of God sort of thing, fine. But if you're running a bunch of them, don't play Bosium Strip. Just don't. Jangling Automaton. 3 mana, 3/2. When it attacks untapped all creatures defending player controls. This is the sort of things. This is the sort of thing that you really want to give to somebody else. Or like, whatchamacallit, Fractured Identity? Yeah, Fractured Identity. Exile target non-land permanent. Each player other than its controller creates a token that's a copy of it. Jingling Automaton, Fractured Identity. Cool, each of you gets a 3/2 that whenever attacks untaps the defender's creatures. Wait, what? Yeah. Nowadays you can easily get a 3 mana 3/2 with no drawback. Can you again, there's ways to make it work. They require more hoops than I think it's worth. Thread Forge. 3 to cast, 2 colon. It basically takes a creature that's not an artifact, gives an extra point of power, and makes it into an artifact creature. You can try to activate it multiple times in response to itself. The first one to resolve will succeed, and the rest will go, okay, not illegal to target anymore. Unless you're targeting multiple things. If you're trying to target the same thing to give it a bunch of... yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, the first instance will then be countered for having an illegal target since the target is no longer a non-artifact creature. So, your best thing to do that. Now that being said, if you've got a bunch of mana and a bunch of creatures, you can just go, hey, by the way, I'm going to pump these all by an extra point of power. It has a use. It's not a great use, but it has a use. Bubble Matrix. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures. Are you building a control deck? Have you got a bunch of creatures you want to make sure live? Choose Bubble Matrix. Now, part of the reserve list. Yeah. Maybe $10 Canadian. Actually, shouldn't even be $10, I don't think. You know what? Let's see what my... whoops. Excuse you. Bubble Matrix. $11. Damn. Okay. Oh my gods. Something that actually looks reasonable. But yes. Yeah. Have a bunch of creatures that you don't want getting combat damage dealt. The funny thing is, this affects everybody. This is almost like playing with moat, because creatures cannot usefully attack to deal damage. And this is even funnier when you've got ways to like redirect damage that you would take to your own creatures. And you just go, yeah, by the way, he can take it. But then it's, yeah, don't care. Oh, Veteran Bodyguard. As long as it's untapped, all damage that would be dealt to you by unblocked creatures is dealt to this creature instead. Redirect all the... Wow. Veteran Bodyguard plus Bubble Matrix. I love it. Oh. Oh, that's hilarious. Gotta love me. Well of Knowledge. 3 to cast. 2, draw a card. Any player may activate this ability, but only during their draw step. So much fun. So much fun. Of course, the dangerous time is when you turn around, you know, a lot of the time that somebody wants to play a card like this, they're putting in something like Nekusar, or, you know, Shieldred, or some... Shieldred? Yeah, Shieldred the Apocalypse. Or something of that nature. Something to make people get burninated for drawing extra cards. That being said, if you just simply generate more mana than anybody else, you can draw many lots more cards. Hey. Where are you? This one. You. I have to poke somebody with this card. I'm a terrible person. Anyway. Serrated by Scallion. This is basically serrated arrows, but worse. But here's the fun thing. As long as because it only targets the other creature. So it doesn't matter. Oh, you can do the same shenanigans that you can with Mangar of Karondor and other similar effects. Oh, that's dumb. Okay. This is the combo most people will think about. or most people will be familiar with. To be fair, this is generally something that you really only saw in Legacy. But the premise stays the same. Okay. Mangar of Corondor. Is that the... This is the art I'm more familiar with. Although I think it might be Karl Kopinski. Does kind of look like the same character, but this is the one I'm more familiar with. We'll go with Battle Bond 1 because it's got more updated order. So, Mangara's ability only has a single target, the permanent being targeted. Okay. It only has a single target, the permanent being targeted. That means when the ability goes to resolve, if that target is still legal, the whole ability still resolves. What people would do is they'll target, for example, an opposing land. They'll then use Caracas with this ability on the stack, tap, return Mangara back to hand, then Mangara's ability resolves. It tries to exile Mangara, it can't because you can only do that while it's in play. But the target that it, the land, let's say, is still a legal target, I'll exile your land. Then replay Mangara. And do it again next turn. And do it and basically do mono white land destruction and eat all your permanents every turn. I think I just... I'm going to have to finish soon. Serrated by Scallion, you can play the same kind of trick. You can put a -1 counter on, put the -1 counter on the stack, return this back to your hand. It'll try and put a counter on the Biscallion, fail. Put a but it'll, because the only target it has is the creature you targeted. Cool. Then replay the Biscallion. You can do the same shenanigans with that. And then lands. There's only 4 lands. All of them are playable. And all of them are actually really good. Gemstone Mines comes into play with 3 counters. Tap it and remove a counter to add a mana of any color. If there's no counters left on the land, you sack it. That sack ability is part of the mana generating ability. It is best in a deck that's trying to do combo shenanigans, but it's still fine in a regular deck that needs multiple, I would say 3 or more colors, especially if you've got a way to what's the word I'm looking for? Proliferate. If you've already got other stuff if you've already got incidentally, I've got 7 or 8 cards that care about counters. I've got, say, 2 Planeswalker. This one comes with +1/+1 counters. This has got charge counters. And, and then you're thinking of running Gemstone Mine anyway. It's like, okay, throw in a Karn's Bastion and just occasionally proliferate every so often. You get extra mana out of it. Winding Canyons, taps for colorless, pay 2 and tap it. Cast creature spells till this turn as though they had flash. 2 tap. All your creature spells this turn have flash. What more can you want? There's a reason it's 24 US. And Lotus Veil, if would enter... Yeah. These two are basically the same card. Lotus Veil considered slightly worse because it only generates 3 mana. It's a land that when it comes to play, you have to sacrifice 2 others that have to be untapped. However, and Scorched Ruins generates 4 mana, but the 4 mana is colorless. But that's fine. You're sacking 2 additional lands and playing this one and getting 4 mana in total. This one's $60. This one's $37. There's a reason these guys are worth a lot, because they generate a bunch of mana. Yeah. And again, getting lands back out of the graveyard. If you're playing, mono brown, it's hard. If you're playing black, if you're playing green, it's kind of easy. But yeah, I think we are done for the night. And just for lulz, let's just take a quick boo over some of those cards here. Abjure would not recommend in most decks, but there are some decks where I could see it. If you're looking for a sack outlet, you want something with sack outlets and a counterspell at the same time, Abjure is actually not bad. Tried using it in other formats. Straight Bear comes to play, draw a card. Etherflash is kind of silly because 2 damage to each creature when that creature comes into play. Yeah, that can eat a lot. Flux, each player discards any number of cards and draws that many cards, and then draw a card. So you can discard your hand. If you discard, you will end up at the same number of cards because the draw card is replacing the one that you spent for Flux. So you look at what's left in your hand, discard the ones you don't want, draw those, and then draw one to replace the Flux. This is actually pretty good. Sir's Blessing, giving your stuff vigilance is always good. Like a lot of the stuff I'm looking at, Strands of Night, I've tried to make Strands of Night work. I haven't been able to make it work where I wanted to. I'm sure it's going to be good somewhere. I just haven't figured out how to actually make it work well. The problem with that, I think, is needing to be able to generate more mana, or more lands, I should say. Oh yeah, Debt of Loyalty. You want to build a crazy deck? Debt of Loyalty. Build around like colors that shouldn't be able to do stuff like stealing an opponent's creature. Yeah, Like, white should not be able to steal creatures on a permanent basis, but it can. Workers, settlers. What was that? American... I can't remember what it's called. But yeah. Anyway. That is it for tonight. Oh yeah. And this should be out this released for 11. This comes out in a couple more days. Have fun. Oh yeah, and what are you... Yeah, you're supposed to come out the same day. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, see you guys next week. Same bat time, same bat channel, and all that other jazz. Pasta pizza, baby.